Chapter 2458. Gu Ningqing nodded. Why have you suddenly come to the Mongolian camp and become a member of the Shueihua sect? It's a long story. I'll explain it to you in the future, Song Qingshu replied. But please keep my identity a secret, or my life will be in danger. What are you talking about, master? Gu Ningqing hurriedly said. You are our savior and Xian Er's, why would we put you in danger? When she said this, she also felt very awkward. After all, her daughter's relationship with him had not been officially confirmed, but what was done was done. Logically speaking, as a mother, she should fight for some status for her daughter, but he had saved her before, so she didn't know how to say it. Song Qingshu didn't expect his carelessness to cause her to worry so much. I'm here to solve the crisis you're facing. Now that the Mongolian army is here, and Galdan has been defeated, Peerless City will not be able to hold on. Rather than wait for the city to fall and be slaughtered, it's better to surrender earlier. Surrender to the Mongolians. Gu Ningqing and her daughter looked at each other. They had been enemies with the Mongolians for so many years, and it was hard for them to change their minds. We're not really joining the Mongolians. We're just preserving our strength and waiting for the situation to change before we make a comeback. After all, based on what I understand, the Mongolians treat the forces of power that surrender quite well, and they usually keep their original forces. Song Qingshu gave a general analysis of the situation. With you as a guarantor, of course we can trust you, but… Gu Ningqing's beautiful face showed a hint of hesitation. She glanced at her daughter. Temujin is famous for being cruel and lecherous. I heard that many women died after being raped by him. If he has any ideas about Xian we won't be able to resist. I've thought about that as well, Song Qingshu explained. Temujin may be lustful, but he won't let his lust get in the way of his business. Over the years, there have been many forces that have surrendered to him, but he has never touched their women in order to avoid affecting his future recruitment. The Mongolians still have many enemies, so I don't think he'll take such a risk. Women, but Xian… Gu Ningqing hesitated. Song Qingshu said, as far as I know, Xian and the young city lord of Peerless City were engaged. Now that Duguifang is dead, Duguming is the successor of Peerless City. Therefore, with Xian status, Tai Mu won't touch her. Noticing Gu Zixian's pale face, he hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry, this is just an act, not a real marriage. Moreover, I will be by your side at all times. I won't let you encounter any danger. Gu Ningqing felt the need to speak up for her daughter. But this will ruin Xian reputation. In the future, people will only think of her as Duguming's wife. If she continues to be with young master in the future, I'm afraid people will gossip. Song Qingshu replied, Madam, you've misunderstood. I'm not asking them to marry for real, I'm only asking them to be my fiancé. After all, according to your family's tradition, the princess of the dual cultivation house will be married to the successor of Peerless City. There's no official engagement. The reason for this is to prevent Tai Muzhen from having any evil thoughts. Gu Ningqing's expression softened a little. Just as she was about to say something, Gu Zixian, who was beside her, gently grabbed her hand. Mother, don't worry, I'm willing. Moreover, I won't really lose anything. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Xian I'll have to trouble you for now. Don't worry, soon I'll let you regain your freedom, and we'll be together openly. It's nothing. Gu Zixian pursed her lips and smiled. All this time, she felt that she couldn't do anything for Brother Song. This was a good opportunity. If she became the nominal wife of the Peerless City Lord, it would be perfectly justifiable for her to take over the power of Peerless City. As for Duguming, she didn't care about that good-for-nothing playboy at all. After that, the three of them discussed a few more details. Then, Gu Ningqing gathered the middle and upper echelons of Peerless City for a meeting and announced that Gu Zixian would be betrothed to Duguming. Duguming, who was originally anxious, was overjoyed when he heard this news. He almost jumped up in joy. One had to know that he had always coveted this beautiful and alluring princess. However, she had always been indifferent to him. Especially after the trip to Western Xia, she didn't even bother to give him face. This made him think that the marriage between the two of them wasn't going to happen. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, the joy he felt made him forget that his father had just died not long ago. Then, when she proposed to surrender, many people subconsciously opposed it. However, in reality, when they saw the Mongolian army pressing down on the city, many people already had the intention to surrender. It was just that they didn't want to show it before. Now that the princess had taken the initiative to propose it, these people jumped out and went along with what she said. Duguming, who was supposed to be the most staunch opponent of his father's death, was already overjoyed when he heard that Gu Zixian had agreed to marry him. How could he have any other ideas? He subconsciously went along with what she said. Seeing their leader like this, the other opponents knew that there was no point in continuing to resist, so they accepted their fate and went along with the proposal. Song Qingshu left the city and brought the news to the Mongolian camp. Temujin didn't expect things to go so smoothly and was overjoyed. He even rewarded Song Qingshu with a piece of land and 1,000 herdsmen. Because of the deaths of the Red Sun Dharmaraja and Li Qimei, the status of the Shuaiwe clan was now second only to Ba Siba. Everyone in the Mongolian tent congratulated him. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh at how generous Temujin was in rewarding his subordinate. If it were anyone else, they would have been moved to tears by his generosity and would have risked their lives for him. The next day, the surrender ceremony was held. Duguming, the princess, and the princess led a group of high-ranking officials of Peerless City out of the city to pay their respects to Temujin. The whole process went quite smoothly, but something unexpected happened during the banquet. Perhaps it was because they had been drinking for a long time, but Temujin suddenly said, "I have long heard that the princess and the princess are the most beautiful women in the western regions, but I have never had the chance to see your faces. Why don't the two of you take off your veils and let us have a look?" Duguming panicked and forced himself to say, "Great Khan, the House of Dual Cultivators has a tradition that the appearance of the women in the house cannot be seen by outsiders." Temujin smiled. Now that you have surrendered to the Mongols, we are all brothers and sisters, how can we be outsiders? Besides, the House of Dual Cultivators has this rule, and we Mongols also have our own. If we don't show our faces, aren't we not friends? As he spoke, his tone carried a hint of threat. Duguming was intimidated by his aura and didn't dare to say anything else. No matter, Great Khan's words make sense. We should indeed show our sincerity. It's just that we are ugly, so I hope we won't stain your eyes. As she spoke, she slowly took off the veil on her face, revealing a plump and charming oval face. Gu Zixian, who was standing to the side, was the first to see her. Since the oath she had sworn was broken, she had nothing to worry about and also took off her veil, revealing her beautiful face. The entire tent, which had been very noisy a moment ago, was now completely silent. Everyone's breathing seemed to have become heavier, and the sound of someone swallowing could be clearly heard. It should be noted that either one of them was a dazzling beauty, and now that they were standing together, the visual impact was more than doubled. For a moment, all the men in the tent could only stare in awe. Madam and the princess are truly outstanding beauties. Temujin laughed heartily, a hint of fanaticism flashing across his eyes. I, Madam and the princess, have many things I would like to learn from. Later, I will be hosting a private banquet in the tent. I hope Madam will come and give me some pointers. The House of Dual Cultivators was, of course, best suited for dual cultivators. The meaning behind his words was self-evident. As soon as he said this, both Gu Ningqing and Gu Zixian's faces paled. Even Song Qingshu's expression changed. All this time, they had been trying to prevent Temujin from harboring any ill intentions towards Gu Zixian, but they had neglected the fact that Gu Ningqing was also a beautiful woman. How were they going to deal with this? Chapter 2459. Song Qinshu hurriedly stood up and said, Great Khan, Madame Dushio has kept her chastity for a long time and has always been revered by the citizens of Peerless City. This might be a bit inappropriate. He couldn't care less about offending Temujin. If he really did bully Madame Dushio, not only would Gu Zixin hate him for the rest of her life, even he himself wouldn't be able to get over it. He quickly thought of a way to protect Madame Dushio. He even thought of claiming that he had an affair with her. Even though it would be a bit awkward, but in order to save her, neither Gu Ningqing nor Gu Zixin would blame him. But he had no choice but to reject this plan. After all, in theory, he and Gu Ningqing had never interacted before. How could they hook up in such a short time just because he went to recruit her? Wouldn't that be the same as trying to steal Temujin's woman? No normal subordinate would do that. Unfortunately, even though his mind was working furiously, he couldn't think of a way to protect her in such a short amount of time. Hearing his words, the entire crowd quieted down. Everyone had a strange look on their faces as they waited to see how the situation would develop. A flash of anger flashed across Temujin's face, but he managed to restrain himself and said coldly, Great Khan, you misunderstand. I only invited Madame Dushio to discuss the transfer of hostages from Peerless City. After all, we are about to leave for another place, and this matter needs to be settled as soon as possible. The Mongols weren't stupid enough to just listen to verbal surrender. Usually, they would have important local figures provide hostages to Helen City, and Temujin would place them in the Qieshui army. Compared to other armies, it was easier for the Qieshui army to get rewards, and it was also easier for them to be promoted. Because of it, they tied the benefits of the surrendered hostages to the Mongolians, and they indirectly tied the surrendered forces to the Mongolians. Unless there was a major change with this method, these people will basically not rebel. Since Temujin had put it this way, there was no way he could criticize him on the spot. He couldn't very well point out that Temujin intended to take advantage of the opportunity to rape Madame Dushio, could he? All right, this matter has been settled. Everyone, let's continue drinking. Basiba came out to smooth things over. At the same time, he gave Song Qinshu a look. This matter was considered settled. Gu Zixin couldn't help but look at Song Qinshu for help. Even Gu Ningqing's usually calm eyes had a trace of panic. Song Qinshu secretly said, Don't worry, I won't let Madame be violated. With his assurance, I will do my best. Although he couldn't think of anything else to do, his uneasy heart calmed down a little. During the banquet, Danyuru took advantage of the chaos to come to Song Qinshu's side. While congratulating him on his promotion, she lowered her voice and asked, What do you plan to do? Song Qinshu said in a deep voice, I have a rough idea, but I need to improve it. Danyuru asked, What can I do for you? Thank you for your kindness, Hierarch, but there's no need for it for now. Furthermore, this matter is too dangerous. It's best not to involve you, Song Qinshu said. Danyuru's face was full of hidden bitterness. We're already in such a state, yet you keep calling me Hierarch. Ahem, Song Qinshu almost choked. He hurriedly comforted her, and only then did she smile. After the banquet was over, everyone went their separate ways. The dual cultivator's wife was invited away to Temujin's tent. Before leaving, she couldn't help but look back at Song Qinshu. Song Qinshu gave her a reassuring look, then quickly returned to his tent and took out some materials. In the king's tent, the madam sat nervously on a stool. Her hands, hidden in her sleeves, tightly gripped a dagger. She had kept her chastity for so many years, and she didn't want to be defiled by someone like Temujin. What she was hesitating about was whether she should choose to perish together with Temujin or commit suicide. Her kung fu was not weak, and if she suddenly launched a sneak attack, she might be able to hurt Temujin. However, she had heard rumors that Temujin was a grandmaster, and she was not confident. She was also worried that her actions would bring disaster to Peerless City and the House of Dual Cultivators. If the innocent people of Peerless City were to die because of her, it would be too much to redeem herself. But if she had to obey Temujin just like that, how could she be willing? Thinking back to the calm look Song Qingshu gave her before she left, and the words he had entrusted her with, the madam bit her lip. Now that things have come to this, she could only trust him. I hope he won't disappoint me. Not long after, heavy footsteps could be heard. Temujin, reeking of alcohol, rushed in. The madam's heart tightened. She hurriedly stood up and saluted, at the same time tightly gripping the dagger in her sleeve. Your servant greets the great Khan. With the help of the candlelight, Temujin carefully looked her up and down. Her skin was as white as milk, her face full of lust, and her voluptuous body. All of a sudden, he felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. Ha ha ha, she. Everyone says that your daughter is the most beautiful woman in the north, but in my opinion, she is still too young and inexperienced. How could she be as mature and beautiful as you? The madam's heart was beating wildly. She hurriedly replied, You flatter me, great Khan. Your servant has come to discuss the matter of the hostages. Who does the great Khan want as hostages? She did not dare to continue on that topic, so she could only quickly change the subject to proper business. Temujin sat down on the edge of the bed and patted the seat next to him. Madam, you can come and sit. The madam forced a smile. No need, I can stand. She did not dare to sit down. Otherwise, if he took advantage of the opportunity to hug her, the two of them would immediately roll onto the bed behind her. Temujin did not mind. As for the issue of the hostages, he said slowly, all the upper echelons of Peerless City have sent their eldest son to Helen City to join the Chieshwe army. However, the governor of Peerless City and the princess of the House of Dual Cultivators are still young and have no children. What do you think we should do, madam? The madam bit her plump red lips. Your servant is slow-witted, I really do not know. Temujin laughed. I have an idea, but I don't know if you are willing. Since we have already surrendered to the great Khan, we will naturally follow his orders, the madam replied. Temujin looked at her with a burning gaze. Wuji's eyes swept up and down her beautiful, round curves. Although they do not have children, they do have other relatives, and that is you, madam. From now on, madam can stay by my side as a hostage. Don't worry, I will treat you well. The madam's expression changed. I'm afraid that's not appropriate. Temujin's words were already so obvious. How could she not understand? Madam, you are no longer an inexperienced little girl. There is no need to beat around the bush with me. If you obey me, I will guarantee that Peerless City and the House of Dual Cultivators will be safe and sound in the future. Otherwise, Temujin was already tipsy and did not want to go around in circles with her. The madam's face was deathly pale. She had finally reached this point. Just as she was at a loss of what to do, Temujin had already pounced on her. With the cultivation of a grandmaster, there was no way for her to dodge. In an instant, Temujin hugged her and kissed her on the face, his breath reeking of alcohol. Come, madam, I will let you know the true happiness of a woman. At that moment, a loud roar came from outside the tent, shaking the entire tent. Who dares to bully the descendant of Duguchiobai? Chapter 2460. The sound was like a bolt from the blue, shaking all the tents in the camp. The ordinary soldiers covered their ears, clearly stunned by the sound. Temujin couldn't be bothered with bullying his wife any longer. He pushed her aside and hurried outside. Guards, he shouted. Soon, many guards came to report. A mysterious man suddenly appeared. He calls himself Dugu Seeking Loss. His kung fu is very high and many of our brothers have been injured. Dugu Seeking Loss? Temujin's eyes narrowed. Pang Ban, Tong Tian, and the others had mentioned this legendary figure when they talked to him. But no one had ever seen him with their own eyes, so many people wondered if he really existed. But there was a saying among the demonic sects that the peerless city lord was the descendant of Dugu seeking laws. Most people scoffed at this saying, thinking that it was just a coincidence that the lord of peerless city was surnamed Dugu. Some people even tried to link the two. But today, after killing Dugu Ifang and destroying peerless city, Dugu's seeking loss appeared. Could the legend be true? Temujin was a little surprised. According to the legend, Dugu's seeking loss's kung fu was unfathomable. Take my talisman and pass down my order. Everyone is to guard the camp. Remember, do not cause chaos. As a famous general, Temujin knew how dangerous it was to blow up a camp at night. As he passed down the order, he led his men to the most chaotic area. To deal with someone like Dugu's seeking loss, he would have to do it himself. Although the man was said to be powerful, Temujin was confident that his kung fu would not lose to anyone. After Temujin left, the woman clutched her clothes tightly. Her face was pale. Even now, she still had some lingering fear. She had been hesitating whether to die with Temujin or commit suicide. But just now, when Temujin threw himself at her, she could not resist at all. Her martial arts were considered pretty good, but she had been completely powerless in front of the great Grandmaster just now. She had been completely at the mercy of the other party. When he thought about how he would still be humiliated when Temujin returned, he decided that he might as well kill himself while he still had the chance. Thinking of this, the dagger in her sleeve slipped into her hand and she slashed it at her own neck. Ding! With a crisp sound, she felt a strong force coming from her hand. She couldn't hold on to the dagger in her hand and it was sent flying. Then, a figure rushed in and hugged her. The lady was shocked and hurriedly attacked the other party with her palm. As a result, the person's fingers pressed on her waist and she lost all her strength. "Madam, it's me." A familiar voice sounded. The dual cultivator's wife was taken aback and hurriedly looked at the other party. She saw that the person hugging her was a thin old man that she had never seen before. However, this voice was very familiar. It was Song Qingshu's voice. Furthermore, at such a close distance, she could acutely feel the great attraction that the other party's cultivation method had for her dual cultivation method. It was as if there was a warm sun next to her. Young Master Song? She couldn't help but feel a little dazed. She didn't think that he would actually take such a big risk to save her. Song Qingshu smiled. "Don't worry, madam. Since I promised you, I won't let anyone bully you. Let's leave first." With that, he flew out of the tent with his arm around her soft and plump waist. The dual cultivator's wife no longer struggled. Instead, she hugged him tightly and pressed her body against his to avoid any additional resistance. As soon as the two of them left the tent, they were met by a group of warriors. With a wave of his sword, Song Qingshu instantly generated countless sword auras. The spears and swords in the hands of the warriors were all broken, and their chests exploded in a mist of blood. Song Qingshu took this opportunity to escape with the dual cultivator's wife to the outskirts of the camp. Although a grandmaster's kung fu was high, facing an army of thousands was still a stupid idea. "Since your excellency has come, then stay." A voice came, and Meng Qiheng appeared from the shadows. Song Qingshu sighed to himself. His previous diversionary tactic had only managed to lure Temujin away, but he was glad that at least one grandmaster had left. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Just then, a transparent wall of light suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. He had seen this scene earlier during the day. At that time, the Lord of Peerless City had used all his strength and still could not break this seemingly thin wall of light. Although he was not afraid, he did not want to be entangled. So, he tapped the wall of light with the tip of his foot, and as if violating the laws of physics, his whole body changed direction and shot out from the side. Meng Qiheng was surprised. He did not expect his opponent to change direction at such a high speed so easily. He wanted to set up another wall of light, but the distance was too far. Even if he did, he might not be able to stop his opponent. He could only use his lightness kung fu to give chase. Although Song Qingshu's lightness kung fu was high, he was carrying a person, and his injuries had not fully recovered. It was not easy to shake off a grandmaster. Originally, he had planned to take the dual cultivator's wife into Peerless City and hide her there. But with so many pursuers, and seeing that Temujin had sent people to lock down the camp, he could only start with Plan B. He shuttled back and forth between the tents of the camp, using this to block the enemy's line of sight. Then, he found an opportunity to quickly enter his own tent. Song Qingshu made a shushing gesture to him, then quickly took out a soldier's uniform. "Madam, put this on, and put on this mask as well. In a moment there will probably be soldiers going door to search." He had long since prepared another mask to cover up Gu Ningqing's beauty. For the time being, he would let her pretend to be a bodyguard and stay here. Later on, he would see how the situation would develop and whether she would be sent out or not. After all, if he let her return to the House of Dual Cultivators, he would not be able to do anything if Temujin became lustful again. The madam's face reddened. Although she didn't have countless maids, she could be said to have lived a pampered life. There was nothing in the tent that could hide her. Could it be that she was going to change in front of him? She saw that Song Qingshu had already turned around and started to take off his clothes. Obviously, he was going to change back into the Shueiwasek's attire. The dual cultivator's wife gritted her teeth. Knowing that the situation was urgent, she couldn't care less. She quickly untied her belt and changed out of her somewhat flashy palace dress. On the other side, Meng Qiheng suddenly lost track of his target halfway through the chase. He jumped onto a flagpole and looked around with a pair of sharp eyes. He gestured with his finger and said coldly, "That person should be in this area. Search every tent for me." "Madam, are you done changing?" Song Qingshu changed back into the Shueiwasek's attire. "I'm done changing." Gu Ningqing's voice was a little nervous. Clearly, everyone had taken a great risk today. She was worried that Song Qingshu would be implicated, and also worried about the impact on Peerless City. Song Qingshu turned around and picked up the clothes that were scattered on the side. He rolled them into a ball and stuffed them under the quilt. Only when he couldn't see any traces from the outside did he stop. The clothes were still warm and had a faint fragrance. He couldn't help but feel a little headache. Why did these women make themselves so fragrant every day? When the time came, it would be easy for them to find out. However, he couldn't care so much now. He looked up and down at Gu Ningqing and helped her tidy up some parts of her clothes that were not neatly dressed. Then, he paused for a moment and stretched out his hand to tie up some of her messy hair. Then, he took a hat and put it on her head. "Madam, later, try not to speak. If you have to speak, you must deliberately lower your voice and change your tone." Her hair had never been touched by other men. Gu Ningqing's cheeks became slightly hot. She thought to herself, "What am I thinking?" She hurriedly responded in a low voice. Song Qingshu was also a little nervous. After all, he couldn't think of a plan in such a short time. Now, he could only take one step at a time. Seeing that the footsteps of the searching soldiers were getting closer and closer, a vigorous voice suddenly came from not far away. "In the past, I roamed the Jianghu for more than 30 years. I killed all the enemies and defeated all the heroes. There was no one in the world who could match up to me. Helpless, I could only live in seclusion in the deep valley and befriend eagles. Alas, I've been looking for a worthy opponent all my life, but I couldn't find one. It's really lonely and embarrassing." Chapter 2461. Hearing these words, Song Qingshu's eyes widened. Others might not know what this meant, but how could he not know? In his previous life, Dugu Seeking for Loss was a legendary figure in the lower realm. In this world, he had personally seen the words he carved on the mountain wall in the Valley of Divine Eagles. The sword will in those words had benefited him greatly over the years. "Madam, you should be saved," Song Qingshu said. Gu Ningqing murmured to herself, could the legend be true? Being in Peerless City, she had naturally heard of the legend of the Dugu family. Previously, when Dugu Yifang died, Dugu Ming even went to the ancestral hall to burn incense and pray. At that time, she secretly despised this guy's actions. But now, it seemed that he really invited the ancestors? "Madam, stay here and don't move. I'll go out and take a look." After leaving Gu Ningqing, Song Qingshu hurried out of the tent. He discovered that there was a man standing in the distance. He was not as old as he had imagined. Instead, he looked very young. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. However, he was different from the usual milky white students. There was an indescribable confidence and calmness in his eyes, as if nothing in this world could stop him. His black cloak fluttered in the cold wind of the night, and he stood there like the sharpest sword. On the other side, Meng Qihong's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this. Dugu Qiubai? As an elder of the devil sect, he had naturally heard of the legend of this person. "I didn't expect that there would still be people in the Jianghu who remember me." The young man smiled, then his eyes fell on him. "Was it you who killed Dugu Yifang?" Song Qingshu was shocked. Dugu seeking for loss should be over 100 years old. How could he be so young? However, he remembered that the old urchin Zhou Batong was not young either. As he grew older, many of his white hair turned black. It should be that his cultivation had reached a certain level. Coupled with his naive state of mind, he could return to his youth to a certain extent. There were also the people from the carefree sect. They were obviously 70 or 80 years old, but they all looked like little girls. This Dugu seeking for loss must have either cultivated a skill similar to the everlasting ageless art, or his martial power had reached an unimaginable level. It seemed like it was the latter. Meng Qihang was a great grandmaster after all, and he was also an overlord of the devil sect, so he naturally had pride in his heart. When he heard Chu Yang's question, he replied coldly, "So what if I am?" Dugu seeking a loss sighed, "Originally, I did not intend to meddle in the affairs of the mortal world. However, I still have some unresolved ties with Peerless City. Since the son of an old friend was killed, I have to seek justice for him." Song Qingshu's heart was thumping wildly. The swordsmanship that Dugu Ming had used back in the Western Xia did indeed have the shadow of the Dugu seeking for defeat sword will. It was just that there was too much of a difference in their realms. Song Qingshu had his suspicions back then, and now he had finally confirmed them. Meng Qihang roared with laughter as well. "Open your eyes and take a look. This isn't your era anymore. Our Mongolian army has millions of soldiers, and we have countless experts under our command. How dare you come to our army camp alone? You overestimate yourself." Dugu seeking a loss glanced at him indifferently without getting angry. His voice was as calm as still water, as if he was talking about something that couldn't be more natural. "You attack first. Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore." Meng Qihang was furious. How arrogant! Of course, he could order the Mongolian soldiers and warriors to attack first. First, he could test the opponent's cultivation, and second, he could exhaust his strength. But now, under the watchful eyes of so many people, he also wanted to save his face. Moreover, as a great grandmaster, cultivation was one thing, but cultivating one's mind was equally important. Which great grandmaster didn't have absolute confidence and vigor? How could they show weakness just because of a few words from the opponent? Then die. Meng Qihong's pupils shrank. His psychic power turned into a solid form, and 9 transparent wind blades suddenly appeared around Dugu seeking a loss. The next moment, they shot toward his body, trying to turn him into a beehive. Earlier, when he was dealing with Dugu Yifang, a single wind blade had broken the opponent's unique skill, the invincible tyrannical hand, and reaped his life without losing any momentum. Now, He had condensed 9 wind blades at the same time, attacking from all directions at the same time. It was obvious that he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Just when the 9 wind blades were released, and the momentum was about to increase rapidly, the shadow of a sword seemed to appear above Dugu Seekingalas's head. His body didn't move at all, but the sword shadow above his head had already spun out in advance, making an extremely sharp ear-piercing sound. When the 9 wind blades were at their weakest point, the sword shadow shattered them into powder. Song Qingshu seemed to have realized something. He remembered that Dugu Seekingalas's sword art always focused on offense, and never on defense. Every time, he would attack the enemy's weak point, and then, one move after another, he would drown the enemy in it. If someone could make him withdraw his sword and defend himself, he would be overjoyed for months. Sure enough, after Dugu Seekingalas's sword had dispersed the opponent's wind blades, he didn't give his opponent any time to breathe, and instantly slashed towards Meng Qihang. Meng Qihang's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that his attack would be neutralized by his opponent at the very beginning, and that the next attack would be so fast. However, he reacted quickly as well. After all, he only needed to use his psyche power, and a transparent light wall appeared in front of him. Previously, he had only relied on this light wall to let Dugu Yifang bombard it with the invincible tyrannical hand countless times, and it didn't even budge a bit. But now, he had set up 3 of them. However, the previously indestructible light wall was instantly shattered into pieces by his opponent's sword, as if ice had met with fire. Then, his opponent's sword didn't stop at all, and directly broke through the 3 light walls, and the last sword slashed towards his opponent's forehead. Meng Qihang's tall and big body stiffened, and he murmured in a very bitter tone, "Such an overbearing sword." Then, a line of blood spread out from his forehead, and his pupils lost their previous luster. His whole body swayed, and he fell down from the tower. He fell heavily on the ground, and didn't have any breath left. He died just like that? All the soldiers felt a chill run down their spines. Even Song Qingshu was no exception. Although Meng Qihang wasn't considered a strong person in the Great Grandmaster realm, his method of turning his psyche power into an object was quite brilliant. Even if Song Qingshu was at his peak, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat him, but it would be very difficult to kill him in a one-on-one fight, not to mention ending his life in one move. That sword just now, if it were me, would I be able to take it? Song Qingshu only felt a little thirsty. Meng Qihang. Tai Muzhen had just rushed over after hearing the news. He saw Meng Qihang fighting with his opponent from afar, and he was about to come over to hold the line. He thought that with 2 against 1, and with his thousands of soldiers, his opponent would definitely die. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Meng Qihang would actually die, and he was killed by his opponent in one move. He felt a chill run down his spine. Ever since he unified Mongolia, the word fear had never appeared in his dictionary again. But at this moment, he felt a deep fear. Are you the one who brought people to destroy Peerless City? Dugu Seekingalas shifted his gaze and looked at him quietly. Chapter 2462. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Temujin had already calmed down after a brief moment of shock. He had seen all kinds of situations over the years, and there was no way he would show any fear in front of so many of his subordinates. Since Peerless City has chosen to surrender, I will naturally treat them well. If they choose to resist stubbornly, then don't blame me for being merciless. But in the end, you still killed Dugu Yifang. Dugu Seeker of Defeat looked at him indifferently. Temujin laughed heartily, his voice full of arrogance and heroism. So what? His stubbornness is his way of seeking death. In my opinion, this is also what you deserve, Dugu Seeker of Defeat said. Right now, in my camp, who knows who will be the one to die? Temujin sneered. With a wave of his hand, the Mongolian soldiers who had not reacted earlier were now ready. They all nocked their arrows, and in an instant, a terrifying rain of arrows filled the sky. Dugu, seeker of defeat, still did not move an inch. The shadow of the giant sword stood in front of him, and any arrows that got within 3 feet of him were either deflected or turned into dust. Song Qingshu was secretly impressed, but he knew very well that any master facing a rain of arrows like this would have a problem of endurance. After all, blocking so many arrows consumed a lot of internal energy. In the long run, the internal energy recovery rate would not be able to keep up with the consumption rate, and the master would definitely be exhausted to death. But the army was made up of people, not machines. They could not keep shooting arrows non-stop. If there was a slight moment of relaxation, the master would have a chance to escape. As expected, after 3 rounds of arrows, both the power and the number of arrows that were fired had decreased. Dugu, seeker of defeat, moved. With one step, he appeared near the archers. With a wave of the giant sword in his hand, the group of archers was instantly routed. At this moment, another group of Mongolian soldiers moved. Each of them held a gun and fired at the figure. The barrel of the gun spat out countless sparks. Huh! Dugu, seeker of defeat, had obviously not seen this kind of weapon before, but his natural instinct as a master told him to give up on taking it head-on. Instead, he dodged to the side. At this moment there was a loud bang. Song Qingshu swallowed his saliva. They had even taken out cannons. These were Galdan's troops that had surrendered previously. The Mongolians were indeed very efficient. In such a short time, they had already taken them in. Ordinary people might not be able to see the trajectory of the cannonball, but Dugu, seeking for loss, was not one of them. With a wave of his sleeve, he caught the cannonball with a gentle force and threw it back. Boom! The Mongolian artillery camp was instantly blasted into a bloody mess. The camels were frightened and ran away in panic. The camp was in chaos. Temujin knew that he could not continue like this. Just now, he had watched coldly from the sidelines, and he felt a little more confident, so he made his move. While Dugu, seeking for loss, was dealing with the cannonball, the sea of blood and countless white bones wrapped around him. The sea of blood was like a giant python that coiled around his body. The white bones and skulls in the sea of blood were like demons from hell, opening their mouths and trying to bite him. Everyone in the Mongolian camp cheered. But halfway through the cheers, the shadow of a giant sword suddenly swelled up and rushed out of the sea of blood. Countless sword auras spread out in all directions, smashing the sea of blood and white bones into pieces. Countless tents nearby were flipped over, and the Mongolian soldiers who did not manage to dodge in time exploded into clouds of blood mist. Temujin spat out a mouthful of blood. Due to the battle with Song Qingshu and the injuries caused by the Tongtian witch bomb in the shaman sect's secret tunnel, his strength had not fully recovered. Now that his sea of blood and bones had been destroyed by the enemy, his injuries were naturally not light. Dugu, seeking for loss, said coldly, "Who would have thought that there are still people who practice the kung fu of the heavenly demon? To create a sea of blood of this scale, who knows how many lives must have been slaughtered? Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." As he finished speaking, he walked towards Temujin step by step. Although his steps looked slow, he covered a distance of several dozen feet in the blink of an eye. The Mongolians were shocked. Countless guards of the Great Khan rushed forward, and at the same time, many of the Mongolian experts led by Basiba also rushed forward. Ali Buj also asked the experts of the prince's mansion to help. But no one was a match for Dugu, seeking for loss. They all spat out blood and retreated. Only Basiba lasted a little longer. With the protection of the lotus seal and the counterattack of the god-vanquishing palm, he created a lot of trouble for the enemy. Although Dugu, seeking for loss, was strong, it was not easy for him to advance under the blockade of so many experts. Song Qingshu pretended to rush forward, but his eyes were on Temujin. He saw that Temujin had picked up the Sulu rod, but it was obvious that his cultivation level was much lower than usual. "Should I gamble with him now?" Song Qingshu was a little tempted. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Damn it, let's shoot him. His eyes turned serious. Just as he was about to make his move, a clear voice suddenly rang out in the air. Little Condor, you're messing around again. Song Qingshu was shocked. He looked at the green figure on the flagpole not far away in disbelief. How can it be her? Her green robe fluttered, making her look even more petite and delicate. The green bamboo stick in her hand was especially eye-catching. It was the mysterious sheep-raising girl, Qing. Dugu seeking for loss sent the surrounding experts flying with one strike. When he saw Qing, his calm face darkened. Mysterious Lady of the Ninth Heaven, how many times have I told you not to call me by that name? Mysterious Lady of the Ninth Heaven? Song Qingshu was surprised. He had indeed heard of such a legend in his previous life, but he was still shocked that Qing was really the mysterious Lady of the Ninth Heaven. But your name is not as nice as Little Condor. Qing suddenly looked around. Hey, where's that silly condor next to you? Back then, you would come and pluck its feathers from time to time, so of course it ran away. Whenever Dugu seeking for loss talked about this past, he always felt like gnashing his teeth. That's a pity. Calculating the time, its feathers should have recovered by now. Qing said with some regret. Dugu seeking for loss was speechless. He was too lazy to pay attention to this heartless crazy woman and directly swung his sword at Temujin. He had not forgotten why he was here. Temujin held the tulu in his hand, surrounded by a sea of blood and bones. He looked at the giant sword coming at him, as if he was facing a great enemy. At this moment, a green sword aura swung over and pushed the giant sword to the side. Dugu seeking for loss was furious. Mysterious Lady of the Ninth Heaven, do you really want to go against me? At this moment, the originally innocent Qing's eyes suddenly became cold and dignified. Dugu seeking for loss, you should have broken through the void a long time ago and left this world. You shouldn't meddle in the affairs of the world. Song Qingshu looked at the green-clothed girl on the flagpole in bewilderment. Was this still the innocent sheep-raising girl who called him Big Brother in his impression? At this moment, she was holy and dignified, as if all living things in the world were nothing but ants in her eyes. Dugu seeking for loss frowned. I'll leave after I kill this guy. Qing shook her head. He has great luck protecting him. He should be the emperor of this world. You can't kill him. Chapter 2463. He has mastered the kung fu of the heavenly demon and has killed countless people, Dugu seeking a loss said in a low voice. Millions of corpses and rivers of blood, and you still want to protect him? Heaven and earth are heartless and view all living things as dogs. You should understand this, Qing replied indifferently. Dugu seeking a loss laughed so loudly that it shook the entire camp. I don't understand your great principles, but the sword in my hand is my principle. With that, the huge sword above his head slashed towards Temujin. Qing was already prepared, and a huge green sword aura met the attack. Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of the joke from his previous life, where someone pulled out a 40-meter-long sword. These two guys in front of him were exactly like that, using swords as knives. After a loud bang, many soldiers who didn't retreat in time were blasted into a mist of blood. Even those who were prepared and held their shields in front of them were seriously injured. Fall back, Temujin ordered. He knew that these two guys were not human, and watching from the sidelines would only bring disaster to the fish in the moat. He wasn't afraid, but the soldiers under him couldn't. The Mongolian soldiers retreated as if they had been pardoned, leaving a huge empty space in the middle of the camp. But Qing and Dugu seeking a loss had already fought far away, and only the green figure and the huge black sword could be seen in the air. The sound of the two fighting was like thunder from the sky, like thunder from the heavens. The momentum made everyone who was far away tremble in fear, and they all looked at each other in horror. Song Qingshu silently gazed into the distance, thinking that Ah Ching hadn't used her full strength during the golden snake meet. However, he immediately recalled that Ah Ching was different from this cold and indifferent woman who looked like a high and mighty deity. Could it be that the mysterious fairy of the ninth heaven that Dugu Seeking Alas mentioned was sealed inside Ah Ching's body, and she usually walked the world as Ah Ching, and would only awaken the mysterious fairy of the ninth heaven at special times? Just now, when the mysterious fairy of the ninth heaven mentioned that Tai Muzhen was destined to be the Ren Huang of this world, she jumped out to stop Dugu Seeking Alas when he wanted to kill him, and then when he wanted to deal with Tai Muzhen the next day, the mysterious fairy of the ninth heaven came out to mess things up. He felt a wave of irritation in his heart. Originally, everything was going according to plan, but now there was a huge variable in the plan, and he still didn't know how to solve it. At this moment, an ethereal voice came from the sky. Dugu Qiubai, your time is up, hurry up and go. Song Qinshu followed the sound and saw Ah Ching floating in midair. Ah Ching did not continue to attack, but was staring coldly at Dugu Seeking Alas. Dugu Seeking Alas also stood between heaven and earth. His entire body started to flicker, as if the will of heaven and earth could no longer contain his existence. Is this what it means to break through the void? Dugu Seeking Alas looked at his disappearing body with a complicated look in his eyes. In the end, he looked at this familiar world with nostalgia, and his whole body turned into a shadow and ascended into the sky. All the Mongolian soldiers turned pale, and some even trembled in fear. Their horses whinnied and stood on their hind legs. Looking at the scene in front of them, they all knelt down and kowtowed. Temujin also looked at the scene with a face full of fanaticism. From the time of Qin Shi Huang until now, every emperor had longed for immortality. But the idea of immortality was just an illusion, and no emperor had ever achieved it. Today, however, he seemed to have seen the possibility of immortality with his own eyes, and he wondered if he could achieve it one day. At his current age, he was already an old man in the eyes of the world. No matter how high his martial arts level was, it would only prolong his life, and he would still die eventually. But if he could ascend, then the thing that he had been worrying about all these years would be solved. Compared to Temujin's fanaticism, Song Qinshu was quite calm. So what if he ascended? He would still have to start as a small soldier in the immortal world. Staying in this beautiful world and enjoying the prosperity of the world, and having the company of his female friends was pretty good. In the immortal world, there would be all sorts of loneliness and coldness. The legend of Chang-Yi in the Moon Palace was well known. Oh, there's Chang-Yi in the sky. Song Qinshu's originally firm heart suddenly wavered. Temujin, treat the people of Peerless City well, or I will take your life even if I have to split open the gate of heaven. Dugu Seeker of Defeat left his last words and disappeared from the world. Temujin swallowed hard. Could it be that he had forced the Lady of Two Paths to attract this devil? After tonight's incident, Meng Qiheng died, the Mongolian army suffered heavy losses, and he himself almost lost his life. He had long since thrown that thought to the kingdom of Java, thinking that this woman was inauspicious and should not be touched in the future. Song Qinshu, on the other hand, looked everywhere for Ah Ching, but she was nowhere to be found. She must have left quietly when Dugu Seeker of Defeat broke through the void. I wonder if she still remembers me. Song Qinshu let out a long sigh. At this time, on the other side, Basiba took the lead and knelt down to Temujin. The emperor appointed by the immortals, the great Khan, is destined to unify the world. Long live the Khan! Temujin was surprised at first, then secretly praised him for his brilliance. With Basiba taking the lead, the others all knelt down to worship him. Morale, which had been somewhat scattered after the heavy losses tonight, was restored to its peak, and his reputation had also reached an unprecedented height. Naturally, Song Qinshu was too lazy to worship him. Taking advantage of the crowd, he sneaked back to his own camp. Gu Ningqing was hiding behind the curtain, peeking at him. She did not expect him to suddenly come in and ran right into him. Feeling an elastic body, Song Qingshu hurriedly held her up. "Madam, are you all right?" Gu Ningqing shook her head slightly. "I'm fine." Was that really Dugu's seeker of defeat? How could he be so young? That's right. Others might not be sure, but he had seen Dugu's seeker of defeat's sword, so how could he not recognize it? "Madam, you don't have to worry. After this incident, I'm sure Temujin will not dare to have any evil intentions towards you." He hadn't expected that his carelessly thought-up method would actually draw out Dugu Qiubai. In any case, only Meng Qihang had seen his disguise as Dugu Qiubai, and Meng Qihang was already dead. So, he naturally didn't know that two different Dugu Qiubai had appeared today. "This is all thanks to you." Gu Ningqing blushed at the thought of the situation at that time. If the real Dugu seeker of defeat had appeared a little too late, by the time he came to save her, her body would have already been taken by Temujin. Moreover, it seemed that he was here to avenge Duguifang, not to save her. But after the disturbance caused by Song Qingshu, Temujin had the misconception that all of this had something to do with her. This way, her safety could really be guaranteed in the future. But tonight's situation is still unclear, so you shouldn't go back for now. Come back tomorrow in front of everyone, and claim that it was Dugu's seeker of defeat who saved you. He can't jump down to prove it anyway. Song Qingshu pointed to the sky. Gu Ningqing could not help but smile. "You're so naughty." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt that it was a bit inappropriate. It sounded too much like flirting. Song Qingshu did not notice, but pointed to the bed. "Madam, you've suffered a shock tonight. You should rest early." "What about you?" Gu Ningqing could not help but ask. Song Qingshu pointed to the cushion beside him. "I'll meditate for one night." "How can you do that? I heard that you seem to be injured. How can you not rest well?" Gu Ningqing said hurriedly. "You sleep on the bed." Song Qingshu was surprised. "We sleep together? That's not very good, is it?" Gu Ningqing's face immediately turned red. She glared at him coquettishly. "I said you sleep on the bed, and I'll make do on the cushion. What are you thinking?" Only then did Song Qingshu realize that he had misunderstood. He laughed awkwardly. Before he could think of a way to resolve the awkwardness, Gu Zixian's low voice came from outside the door. "Big Brother Song, Big Brother Song." Chapter 2464. Outside the tent, Gu Zixian's dress fluttered in the wind, and her figure looked even more charming under the moonlight. Song Qingshu hurriedly pulled her in. "Grand Aunt, don't call me by my name in the future, or else you'll be exposed." Gu Zixian stuck out her tongue. "I was just in a hurry, I didn't think too much." She thought to herself, "Should I call him Master Shueiyue? It feels weird." "What's so urgent?" Song Qingshu asked as he made sure there was no one else outside the tent. "It's mainly about my mother. My mother has always kept herself clean, and kept her chastity for my father, but tonight she was summoned by Temujin. I really don't know what to do." Gu Zixian's delicate brows were full of worry. At this time, a light snort came from inside the tent. "I'm not keeping my chastity for your father, I just don't want to come in contact with those stinky men." Gu Zixian's whole body trembled, and she hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw Gu Ningqing, her face was full of excitement. "Why are you here?" Gu Ningqing spat. "Do you want me to be in Temujin's tent?" "Of course not." Gu Zixian noticed that she had already changed her clothes, and couldn't help but look back and forth between the two. "You guys, what are you thinking about? He was the one who rescued me and temporarily placed me here." Gu Ningqing's face reddened as she jokingly scolded her. Gu Zixian stuck out her tongue. "I didn't say anything, you were the one who misunderstood." Seeing that the two seemed to be trying to hide something, Song Qingshu couldn't help but cough, and quickly explained what had happened today. Gu Zixian ran over to hold his hand, and her face pressed tightly against his shoulder. "I didn't expect Big Brother Song to hit the jackpot and actually draw out the real Dugu Qiubai. This way, Temujin won't dare to have any evil thoughts towards Mother anymore. The young girl's body was delicate and youthful, and Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly praise. Not bad, but it's best if you don't show yourself tonight. Tomorrow, when there are more people, you can come back and borrow Duguqiubai's power. Gu Zixin pursed her lips and smiled. In the end, Big Brother Song, you just want Mother to stay in your tent for the night, right? Song Qingshu was startled and hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense like that." Gu Ningqing's face was also pale. She glared at her daughter. "What are you talking about?" Gu Zixin curled her lips. "I'm just joking. What are you guys so nervous about?" As he spoke, he hugged the man of his dreams tightly. "Brother Song, I've missed you so much." Seeing that she really didn't mean anything, he let out a sigh of relief and responded by hugging her in his arms. Gu Zixin's body was tall and slender, filled with the aura of a young girl. Hugging her was extremely comfortable. Ahem. Gu Ningqing couldn't stand it anymore. "There are people here." Gu Zixin's face turned red and she hurriedly pushed her lover away. "Then I'll leave first to avoid attracting attention. Take good care of my mother for me." Song Qingshu smiled. Of course. Gu Zixin jogged away as if she was escaping. Only Song Qingshu and Gu Ningqing were left in the tent. The awkward silence was restored. This couldn't go on. Song Qingshu coughed and said, "Madam, you can sleep on the bed. Don't worry about me. I have a place to sleep." As he spoke, he found a rope and tied it to the two ends of the tent. Then, he turned over and slept on the rope. Gu Ningqing's eyes widened. "You can sleep on a rope?" "Yes, a friend taught me." The image of Xiao Longnu's pale but beautiful face appeared in Song Qingshu's mind. He didn't know where she was right now. "Aren't you afraid of falling?" Gu Ningqing blinked. Her big eyes were full of surprise. Song Qingshu replied, "As long as you don't have any evil thoughts in your heart, you won't." Then, the tent became quiet again. The two of them went to sleep with their own thoughts. In the middle of the night there was a sudden thump. Gu Ningqing jumped in fright. She propped herself up from the bed and looked at Song Qingshu, who was covered in dirt. "How are you?" Song Qingshu blushed. "I'm fine. My skin is rough and my flesh is thick." Seeing that he only had a scratch, Gu Ningqing relaxed. She couldn't help but smile. "You said before that you won't fall if you don't have evil thoughts in your heart. Are you having evil thoughts now?" As soon as she said this, she regretted it. It felt like she was teasing him. Song Qingshu was also startled. He smiled and climbed up the rope again. After a while, he asked, "Madam, you don't seem to be much older than me." "Yes." Gu Ningqing was only in her 30s. The two of them were about the same age. In fact, Gu Zixin was a year younger than him. "Then do you feel like a cabbage that you've painstakingly raised has been eaten by a pig? How can you describe yourself as a pig?" On the eve of dawn the next day, Song Qingshu quietly left the camp with Gu Ningqing. According to the plan, she would return early in the morning in front of everyone. That way, Temujin wouldn't dare to have any more ideas about her. The eve of dawn was the time when people were in the deepest sleep, and the chances of being discovered were the lowest. Not long after he returned to the camp, a soldier came to report that Temujin had summoned him. He couldn't help but be surprised. Why did it have to be so early? When he arrived at the king's tent, he found that there were many generals and experts present, all of whom were Temujin's trusted aides. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Temujin opened his mouth and said, "I have good news to tell everyone. When we attacked Galdan, I knew that the Mutran tribe would definitely hear about it and come to our rescue, so I sent Boratai to lead a group of people and set up an ambush on the path they would definitely pass through. In addition, we defeated Galdan in one battle yesterday, so I sent another group of people to support them. They just happened to block the reinforcements led by Hua Qingtong and completely annihilated them. The only regret is that Hua Qingtong ran away, but there are already many people out to capture her, so she probably won't be able to escape. That B*TCH in yellow has injured many of my Mongolian soldiers over the years, but I heard that she's not bad, so I decided to show her some mercy and let her become my servant girl, ha ha. Boratai was the son of Bogarchuk, a person of high status and great trust. Hearing about this great victory, the generals in the tent all congratulated Temujin for his wisdom and bravery. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was secretly shocked. Unfortunately, his position was too low before and he didn't know about these military affairs, so he couldn't warn Huaqintong in advance. This time, the Muchuran tribe was probably in trouble. As expected, Temujin sat up straight. Before, I allowed the Muchuran tribe to jump around, mainly because I was afraid of the mysterious sword immortal of Kunlun Mountain. But when she appeared yesterday, it was obvious that she supported me. That group of people can't be left alive, so I've decided to take this opportunity to completely pacify the western region. Yesterday they had been recognized as emperor by that fairy-like figure, so the morale of the Mongolian soldiers was at an all-time high. Now that they heard that they could fight another war, their eyes lit up with excitement. War meant money and women, and who wouldn't like that? Only then did Temujin look at Song Qingshu. Shueiwa sect, I'll send you ahead to the Muchuran tribe to steal the Treaty of Alliance from the 36 tribes of Tianshan and completely disrupt their alliance. Then, when our army arrives, we'll wipe out all those who don't submit. Chapter 2465. Temujin then said to Ba-Siba, Imperial Preceptor, take a team of 10,000 people to Guangming Peak to destroy the remnants of the Ming dynasty. During this time, Zhang Wuji has been missing. Even though Yang Shao announced that he was in seclusion, no one is a fool. The people of the Ming dynasty are already in a state of panic. Yang Shao is old and unvirtuous, so he cannot convince the people. Now that the Ming dynasty is divided, and with the imperial preceptor leading the team, they will be destroyed without a doubt. I will not disappoint you. Ba-Siba bowed and accepted the mission. Song Qingshu frowned. The Ming dynasty was full of factions and had been in a state of internal strife for many years. It was only with the appearance of Zhang Wuji that the Ming dynasty was able to unite. Zhang Wuji was able to smoothly become the leader of the Ming dynasty not because of his martial arts, but because he represented the interests of every faction in the Ming dynasty. Golden Fur Lion King was his adoptive father, and the White-Browed Eagle King was his grandfather. Yang Shao owed him a huge favor when he escorted Yang Buhui back then, and he also saved the people of the Five Elements banners from Miju. It could be said that every faction in the Ming dynasty was either his relative or had received a great favor from him, which was why they were willing to recognize him as the leader. Now that Zhang Wuji was missing, the conflicts that he had previously suppressed were completely triggered, and the Ming dynasty returned to its previous state of disunity. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. What was the revered Ming planning? From the looks of it, was he planning to give up on the Ming dynasty? But he had been seriously injured in the last war and probably wouldn't be able to recover even after a few years. Thinking back to the days when he had been pretending to be a Tongtian shaman, Song Qingshu fell into deep thought. Could it be that he was also planning to steal the fruits of the war from the Mongols? No matter what the situation was, it seemed that the Ming dynasty could not be saved. Previously, it was Galdan, Wood Table Luan tribe, and the Ming dynasty in the western regions. This time, Temujin had come out in full force and destroyed Galdan and defeated Wood Table Luan tribe. The momentum of unifying the western regions was unstoppable. At first, Song Qingshu was wondering if he should inform the Ming dynasty secretly. However, after some thought, he decided not to do so. If even revered Ming himself was not going to care, then the Ming dynasty could only pray for their own good fortune. His biggest headache right now was figuring out how to deal with the Wood Table Luan tribe. Temujin had sent him alone, which clearly meant that he valued his martial arts skills. He was going to steal the Treaty of Alliance from the 36 tribes of Tianshan and destroy the alliance between the tribes. Then, he would lead his army to take them down one by one. How can we preserve the power of the Wooden Table Luan tribe as much as possible? Even when Song Qingshu came out of the tent, he still could not think of any good ideas. After all, the Wooden Table Luan tribe was different from Peerless City. Over the years, under the leadership of Huaqintong, they had killed countless Mongolian soldiers, especially at Gaochang not long ago. Protecting them would be very difficult. In the distance, there was a commotion in the camp. It turned out that Gu Ningqing had returned. Many people had heard about Dugu's seeking loss rescuing her last night, so when they looked at her, there was a sense of shock mixed with a lot of fear. Even Temujin had a lingering fear of what happened last night, so he took the opportunity to give her a lot of titles. Song Qingshu remembered one of them, Lady Chastity. TSK, this guy couldn't have her, so he put her on a pedestal so that no one else could have her. As Song Qingshu's imagination ran wild, Dan Yuru had already lifted the curtain and entered his tent. Young master, I heard that you are going to the Wood Table Luan tribe. I have some things to say to you. Oh, please speak. Song Qingshu invited her to sit down. Dan Yuru said, Young master, are you thinking about how to save the Wood Table Luan tribe? Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. Does Cult Master have any good ideas? Dan Yuru shook her head. No, and I also want to persuade young master to give up on this idea. Song Qingshu could tell that there was a hidden meaning in her words. He couldn't help but ask curiously, why? Dan Yuru explained, although the Wood Table Luan tribe's Huaqintong is the most famous, it is mainly led by two brothers, Muzwolan. The elder brother is Podu, and the younger brother is Muzwolan. One occupies Kashgar, while the other occupies Yarkand. Together, they rule the southern frontier. However, in recent years, Huaqintong has been in the limelight so much that people only know about Muzwolan and not Podu. Podu has long been dissatisfied with this. The Mongolians are keenly aware of the rift between them, so they have long started to make arrangements. I have a female disciple called Bai Fenghua. She is beautiful and has almost mastered the art of seduction. She was sent to get close to Podu before. Now, Podu listens to her. We can only send a message here and she will take action. She is just one of the many people that have been sent there. For example, I know that Brother Alibur has also set up a few spies there, but I don't know what they are. I have said so much to tell young master that the Wood Table Luan tribe is doomed. The reason why it could survive for so long was that the Khan was afraid of the mysterious sword immortal in Kunlun Mountain. Now that this is gone, all the previous arrangements are beginning to close the net. So young master, please don't take any risk. Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that the Mongolians had been making arrangements in the western region for so many years. At first, he was wondering why the Mongolians would tolerate the few separatist forces in the western region. If it wasn't for Cult Master's reminder, I'm afraid I would have really caused a lot of trouble this time. Song Qingshu said with emotion. Dan Yuru was a little apologetic. It's a pity that I didn't get to know young master earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't be afraid of Feng going there. Song Qingshu shook his head. It's none of your business. Even if you didn't send someone, the Mongolians would have sent someone else. Dan Yuru was relieved. She directly leaned on his shoulder and whispered in his ear, My female disciple is beautiful and has learned the art of seducing men. If you like her, you can let her serve you in bed. Just tell her that I said it. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. Am I that lecherous? Dan Yuru smiled sweetly and sat in his arms. She gently put her arms around his neck and said with an inexplicable charm, If young master is interested, we can serve you together in the future. Song Qingshu's face heated up. You demons of the demonic sect really have no scruples when talking. Dan Yuru twisted her body slightly. Young master, Although you say you don't want it, your body is quite honest. Song Qingshu spent a lot of effort to get off her. After all, he had important matters to attend to and really didn't have the time to fool around. He then quietly went to the dual cultivator residence and said goodbye to Gu Zixian and the others. Then, he embarked on his journey to the Wooden Table Ethics Department. Song Qingshu went all the way south and found the Mongolian soldiers cleaning up the battlefield near the Anjihai Grand Canyon. Obviously, the Mongolian army had ambushed the reinforcements brought by Hua Qingtong here. Logically, a famous general like Hua Qingtong wouldn't make such a mistake. It was just that she was eager to save people and didn't expect that the always powerful Galdan would be defeated in a day. Then, the Mongolian army took out their forces to ambush her. All these factors combined led to this terrible defeat. I don't know if she escaped or not. Looking at the broken limbs on the battlefield, Song Qingshu could imagine how tragic the battle was. He continued to go south with a solemn expression. He asked the local Mongolian soldiers and heard that Hua Qingtong ran into the mountains. Many experts led troops to chase after her, so he also rushed in that direction. Although he knew that the probability of meeting Hua Qingtong was very low, he still didn't want to do nothing. Chapter 2466. After walking for an unknown period of time, he felt that the mountain walls on both sides were tall and straight, as if they were carved by a knife. Looking up at the sky, he felt that the sky was blue and bright, as if he was looking up from the bottom of the sea. The surrounding rocks were all dark black and shone with a dark light. The road twisted and turned, becoming steeper and steeper. Song Qingshu had no choice but to release the horses and camels he brought with him. He could only wait to cross the mountain and buy new ones from the local herdsmen. At the same time, he sighed. The famous and dangerous Duku Highway in the future was almost in this direction. With the technological conditions of the future, tens of thousands of soldiers fought for 10 years and sacrificed hundreds of people before it was built. It could be imagined how dangerous and difficult this route was in this era. The reason why he gave up the main road and took these small paths was that he saw some scattered footprints along the way. In his opinion, there were few people in the vast mountains and no one would pass by on a normal day. These footprints were most likely left by the Mongolian warriors who were chasing after Hua Qingtong. He could not help but worry secretly. Calculating the time, he was 1 or 2 days late. He did not know if Hua Qingtong had escaped or been caught. Along the way, he used his qinggong to flip through the mountains and field. His speed was much faster than when he brought the camels and horses. After searching for another 10 miles, he suddenly could not find any more traces. Song Qingshu was silent for a long time. Finally, he leaped onto a high rock, exhaled his dantian, and used the sound transmission and soul-searching technique to spread the sound wave. Miss Hua, where are you? Although the sound transmission and soul-searching technique he learned from Li Qiushui was magical, there were echoes everywhere in the vast mountains. Naturally, the effect was greatly reduced. Even if it was not affected, the range of the search was no different from finding a needle in a haystack compared to the vast heavenly mountain. However, now that he had lost the direction, he could only try. He used the sound transmission and soul-searching technique at intervals. Finally, after a while, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from afar. His figure flashed, and he rushed in that direction. In a valley several miles away, a yellow-robed woman was leaning against a rock, holding a long sword in her hand as she vigilantly looked at the 4 men around her. She said in a cold voice, "I advise you to leave as soon as possible. When my companions come, you won't be able to run even if you want to." She was naturally Hua Qingtong. However, she was different from the valiant and heroic yellow-robed girl in the past. The green feather on her head had already fallen somewhere, and her dress was a little tattered. It could be seen that she had been scratched by tree branches and rocks while fleeing in the mountains. What was more eye-catching was the bloody wound on her chest. Blood could be seen with the naked eye, and it was obvious that she was seriously injured. The four burly men looked at each other. One of them could not help but say, "Big brother, that person's inner force could spread so far. I'm afraid we can't deal with him. Why don't we retreat first?" The man who was called Big Brother was holding a one-legged bronze statue in his hand. Upon hearing this, he said angrily, "Bullsh *t. We've worked so hard to chase after her for so long and finally stopped her. Are we going to retreat just like that?" Another thin and tall man holding a steel fork hurriedly echoed, "That's right. You should know that the Great Khan has put a bounty on this woman's head all these years. 10,000 taels of gold and the title of 1,000 households are at our fingertips. How can we give up just like that?" As he spoke, he looked at the woman in front of him with a pair of extremely lustful eyes. "You don't say this woman is really pretty. Why don't we capture her and rape her first before killing her? Anyway, the Great Khan didn't say that we have to keep her alive." "Gu Jinbiao, you shameless bastard!" Hua Qingtong's eyes were about to spit fire. She subconsciously wanted to rush over, but she was affected by the injury on her chest, and had no choice but to stop. The third man snorted coldly. "Hua Qingtong, when you killed our fifth and sixth brothers, did you ever think that this day would come?" It turned out that these people were nicknamed the Six Devils of Guangdong. The first devil Ting Ilai was extremely strong and was good at using one-legged bronze statues. He was originally a tyrant in Liaodong with a family fortune of tens of thousands. He owned many ginseng fields, farms, and gold mines. Later, he was recruited by the Mongols and brought his brothers to seek refuge with the Mongols. The second devil Gu Jinbiao was a famous horse bandit. He was good at using steel forks and flying pitchforks. He was like a demon and was usually elusive. He was extremely lecherous and had the worst character among the six devils. The third devil Jiao Wenqi was a disciple of the Han family's iron pipa players. He was good at using iron pipa players and pipa nails. The fourth devil Hahatai was a Mongolian and an expert wrestler. He played the key role in the brothers seeking refuge with the Mongols. The fifth devil Yen Shirkue and the sixth devil Yen Shizhang were Yen Shirkue's blood brothers. Both of them were good at using the five forms wheel. Years ago, they stole the Quran of the Mu Zhuoluan tribe and died under the sword of the Halcyon Feather, Hua Qingtong. So this time, they came for the reward from the Mongols and also to avenge their brother. The great devil Ting Ilai said, "Her blood is almost gone. Let's attack together and finish this quickly. This mountain is so big. That person won't be able to find us in a short time." After saying that, he waved the one-legged bronze statue and rushed forward. The other devils also rushed forward together. Hua Qingtong's eyes were already blurred. After fighting for so many days, her guards had died one by one. She did not know how many Mongolian pursuers she had killed, but in the end, these four guys still caught up. Originally, she saw that it was impossible to escape and was ready to kill herself while she still had the strength to avoid being violated by the perverted Gu Jinbiao. But when she heard that person's voice in the air, she suddenly felt reluctant to die. Biting her lips, she gathered the last of her strength and rushed forward. She only had one thought, which was to hold on no matter what. As long as that person came, she would be saved. Unfortunately, she was too heavily injured and lost too much blood. She was already at the end of her life. The other party wanted to finish this quickly, so they did not have the leisurely feeling of a cat chasing a mouse. Instead, they all used their full strength. Bang! The long sword in Hua Qingtong's hand was slightly cut by Ting Ilai's one-horned bronze statue. Then, Ha Hitai grabbed her and threw her to the ground. Hua Qingtong was already heavily injured and this time, she almost lost her breath. The last of her strength immediately disappeared. Gu Jinbiao's eyes lit up as he rushed forward and began to tear her dress. Hua Qingtong turned pale with fright. Now she did not have any strength to resist. She could not even bite her tongue to commit suicide. Fortunately, Ting Yilei lifted Gu Jinbiao up and slapped him on the back of the head. Damn it, you want sex more than your life. Let's leave this place first. When we find a safe place, we can slowly enjoy her. The mysterious person's telepathic message just now was like a shadow pressing on his heart. The others nodded in agreement. Even though Gu Jinbiao could not resist it, he could only temporarily suppress it. Ting Yilei was worried that his second brother would act recklessly, so he asked Ha Hitai to carry Hua Qintong and leave. However, they didn't walk for long before they suddenly stopped. That was because a figure was blocking their way. Where are you going? Song Qingshu glanced at Hua Qintong and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although she was seriously injured, she was not dead. The 6 devils of Guangdong were originally on guard, but when they saw him clearly, they all heaved a sigh of relief. So it's Lord Shueyiwe. Shueyiwe was a guest of the Great Khan's tent, so they had seen her from afar before. Now that Lord Shueyiwe is here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Did you hear someone's telepathic message just now? This person's inner strength is extremely high, but with Lord Shueyiwe here, I think that person is no match for him. Song Qingshu said lightly, "What if I tell you that the person who transmitted the voice just now was me?" The 6 devils of Guangdong were stunned at first, then their expressions changed. They all wanted to take out their weapons, but a figure flashed in front of them and they all fell heavily to the ground. Song Qingshu caught Hua Qintong, who had fallen, and asked hurriedly, "Are you okay?" Unexpectedly, Hua Qintong raised her hand and gave him a slap. There was a hint of sobbing in her voice. "Why are you so late?" Chapter 2467. Hua Qintong fainted after the beating, causing Song Qingshu to be dumbfounded. Did this woman do it on purpose? He reached out to check her pulse. It was already faintly discernible. Only then did he know that she was indeed seriously injured. He hurriedly carried her away. He heard from the Mongolian soldiers that many people had entered the mountains to search for Hua Qintong. The 6 devils of Guangdong must be one of them. If other Mongolian warriors came, although he was not afraid, he was afraid of trouble. He first gave her a 9 turns bear snake pill to protect her vitality. Then, he carried her all the way through the mountains and finally found a cave a few miles away. Song Qingshu then placed her inside and began to channel his energy to heal her. About an hour later, Hua Qintong woke up. Seeing the unfamiliar environment, she was confused at first. Then, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly lowered her head to check her clothes. Seeing that her clothes were intact, she let out a sigh of relief. At this time, a faint voice came from behind her. "Am I so unbearable in your heart?" She shuddered and hurriedly turned around. She found that Song Qingshu was channeling his energy to heal her behind her. He had already taken off the water moon sect mask. After all, it was not so comfortable to wear a layer. "It's really you?" Hua Qintong was in disbelief. Song Qingshu smiled. "Why? Miss Hua doesn't want to see me?" "No." Hua Qintong bit her lip and did not know how to explain for a moment. Thinking of what she said just now, she hurriedly said, "I was not guarding against you just now. I was not very clear-headed and thought that I had fallen into Gu Jinbiao's hands." Song Qingshu helped her lean against the stone wall and sat down opposite her. "Then can I take it that you don't mind what I do if you fall into my hands? You are always so flippant." Hua Qintong glanced at him faintly. For the first time, she was not angry. "Then let's talk about something serious." Song Qingshu stopped smiling and pointed at her bloody lapel. "Just now, I hit your acupoints to stop the bleeding, but you should know that if you keep hitting acupoints, your muscles will die, so you need to bandage the wound. Now that you're awake, I want to ask for your opinion. Do you agree with me treating your wound?" Hua Qintong was finally a little annoyed. "Then you could have handled it for me when I was unconscious just now. Why do you have to ask me now?" Song Qingshu spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. Your wound is quite sensitive. I'm worried that if I do it for you while you're unconscious, you'll think that I'm taking advantage of you and slap me when you wake up. Hua Qingtong blushed and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I was too worried just now because I heard your voice and you didn't show up. I was worried that I would be humiliated by the 6 devils of Guangdong, so at that time, all right. Song Qingshu also looked depressed. I've never been hit by a woman like this in my life. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Why don't you slap me too? Hua Qingtong raised her head after saying that. Her eyelashes trembled slightly with her closed eyes, as if she was waiting for the execution. Song Qingshu waved his hand. Forget it. I'm afraid that I'll slap you to death with your current appearance. Even if I slap you, I won't be able to undo the slap. It's not worth it. Then what do you want? Hua Qingtong opened her eyes and looked at him. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I've thought about it. Song Qingshu pointed at the wound on her chest that was starting to bleed again. Hurry up and decide. If you continue to bleed, you'll really die. Hua Qingtong's expression changed. After a long time, she said in a barely audible voice, Okay, what? I didn't hear you clearly. Song Qingshu moved his ear closer. Hua Qingtong felt her teeth itch. This guy was really too annoying. He could have treated the wound when she was unconscious. That way, no one would have been embarrassed. However, he had to wait until she woke up before asking. How was she supposed to answer him? Could it be that she didn't mind him looking at her chest? Hua Qingtong took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to bite him. She said in a low voice, Help me treat the wound. You won't hit me again after I'm done, right? Song Qingshu confirmed again. Hua Qingtong's teeth chattered. If you continue to say that, I can't help but want to hit you now. Song Qingshu laughed. He knew that it was about time, so he stopped teasing her and began to treat her wound with a serious expression. He slowly untied her clothes and found that her inner clothes had long been soaked in blood and stuck tightly to the wound. If he tore it, it would easily affect the wound. Therefore, he said in a low voice, Don't move. Then, a trace of sword aura seeped out from his fingertips. He slowly cut open her clothes and removed the bloody clothes that stuck to her skin piece by piece. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Miss Hua, you are really a heroine. You were able to escape the Mongolians' pursuit after suffering such a serious injury. Hua Qingtong's eyes turned red. Compared to my tribesmen who died in battle, my injury is nothing. Song Qingshu cleaned her wound and said apologetically, I'm really sorry that I didn't inform you in time. Hua Qingtong shook her head. It's not your fault. You didn't know our marching route. Moreover, I didn't expect Galdan to be defeated so quickly and let the Mongolians ambush us. Song Qingshu applied medicine on her wound and felt her body tremble. It was obvious that she was in pain. The Mongolians are going to attack the Muzwolan tribe next. They are going to unify the western region. What are your plans? Hua Qingtong smiled sadly. What else can I do? The tribe is the place where I was born and raised. I grew up on this land. Naturally, I have to live and die with it. Song Qingshu was silent. There were some things that were useless to say now. It was better not to say them. Feeling his fingers touch the skin near her wound, Hua Qingtong's face turned red. She also wanted to find a topic to change the topic. Where are you going this time? Song Qingshu replied. Temujin sent me to your place to steal the letter of alliance from the 36 tribes. On the way, I found out that the Mongolians were searching for you, so I came to try my luck. I didn't have much hope, but I really found you. Don't you think we are fated? Hua Qingtong pursed her lips and smiled. We are indeed fated. This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be stunned. Logically speaking, shouldn't she be scolding him for not being serious again? Hua Qingtong suddenly bit her lip and reminded him in a small voice, the wound is not there. Song Qingshu's face heated up. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Hua Qingtong nodded, indicating that she did not blame him. Are you really going to steal the letter of alliance from the 36 tribes this time? I'll see how it goes. Actually, it's useless for me to just give up on this journey. The Mongolians have been plotting against your tribe for a long time. This time, they are determined to succeed. Song Qingshu shared the information he knew with her. Of course, he was vague about the matter of Dan Ryu's female disciple. Dan Yuru did not hide anything from him. If he sold her for another woman, that would be too much of a scumbag. Hua Qingtong's face also flashed with unprecedented confusion and helplessness. Is our tribe doomed? Song Qingshu helped her bandage her wound and comforted her. Things aren't that bad yet. You should recover first before we talk. I really have to thank you this time, Brother Song, Hua Qingtong said in a small voice. Seeing that she had unknowingly changed the way she addressed him, a smile appeared on Song Qingshu's face. You are too weak now. Eat something, drink some water, and then have a good rest. Okay. Hua Qingtong took the dry food he brought. After eating a little, she could not help but fall asleep. Song Qingshu also leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. In the middle of the night, he was suddenly awakened by a movement beside him. He saw that Hua Qingtong's eyes were tightly closed. Her body was trembling unconsciously. Cold. Recommend the new book by the history god Desert, The Elegance of the Sun and the Moon. It's a little interesting. Who is the elegance of the moon? Chapter 2468. Song Qingshu hurried over to check on her. Qingtong, what's wrong? Unfortunately, Hua Qingtong did not respond to him. She just kept trembling. Song Qingshu hurried over to find some firewood to make the fire bigger. However, the cold wind was still howling at the entrance of the cave. He even saw large snowflakes falling slowly at the entrance of the cave. What the hell? Song Qingshu cursed in his heart. The weather in the western region was so strange. The sun was scorching hot in the day, but the temperature dropped drastically at night. When he returned to Hua Qingtong's side, Song Qingshu realized that her condition had not improved. He could not help but worry. Was it because the weather was too cold or because her wound was infected? However, he could not let her continue to be so cold. Song Qingshu hurriedly sat down beside her and slowly transferred his internal energy into her body. Feeling the warm inner energy, Hua Qingtong's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed a little. In her coma, she subconsciously wanted to be closer to the warm place, so she turned over and curled up in his arms. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. If he did not know that she was indeed unconscious, he might have thought of her as a vixen who was lusting after his body. He took the opportunity to place one hand on her back and the other on her lower abdomen. Using both methods, he continuously channeled his internal energy into her body. Very soon, Hua Qingtong's body trembled less and less. In the end, her expression gradually became peaceful and calm. After an unknown period of time, Hua Qingtong slowly woke up and realized that he was lying in the other party's arms. He could not help but be shocked. Don't hit me again. You were the one who crawled into my arms just now, Song Qingshu said hurriedly. Feeling the warm internal energy coming from her back and lower abdomen, Hua Qingtong vaguely remembered something. She could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Am I such an unreasonable person in your heart? Song Qingshu smiled and said, I can't help it. I'm afraid of being beaten. Hua Qingtong was so angry that she pretended to hit him, but she was stunned. She noticed that there was a layer of fine sweat on his temples and forehead. Thinking about how he was transferring internal energy to her, she could not help but soften. You must be very tired. As she spoke, she pinched her sleeves and gently wiped the beads of sweat off his face. Her movements were gentle and delicate. Song Qingshu was stunned. Are you trying to seduce me? Hua Qingtong froze and said angrily, Your words are always so infuriating. Song Qingshu shrugged. Because women will only fall in love with men who make her cry, not men who make her smile. Hua Qingtong turned his head and ignored him. However, after a while, his heart softened. Stop for a while. I think you're exhausted. Song Qingshu breathed a sigh of relief. You finally know how to care for me, my great aunt. He let go of his hands and wiped the sweat off his face. Half of his clothes were soaked. Hua Qingtong was rather embarrassed. How long have you been transfusing inner energy for me? It's been at least 2 to 4 hours. Song Qingshu hurriedly drank a mouthful of water to calm himself down. He felt that his stamina wasn't that great after his injury. In the past, he wouldn't have been this tired. Thank you, Hua Qingtong said softly. How are you feeling now? Song Qingshu asked. Much better. Hua Qingtong nodded, but he still subconsciously tightened his clothes. Are you still cold? Song Qingshu frowned. Hua Qingtong replied, Tianshan is like this. It's very cold at night. It's a pity that I lost my luggage when I was being chased. I don't have enough clothes. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, I'm injured. I'm afraid I can't use my inner energy to warm you up like I did before. If it was like this for one night, then he wouldn't be able to hurry on with his journey. Moreover, it would greatly delay his recovery time. This was completely unacceptable to him because he still had to wait for his injuries to recover before doing something big. It's okay. I can warm myself by the fire now. Hua Qingtong moved away from his embrace and adjusted the bonfire with a branch. Were the injuries on your body caused by the fight with Temujin and Pangban? You know about it too? Song Qingshu was stunned. Hua Qingtong pursed his lips and smiled. Everyone in the world knows that you fought against 3 great grandmasters alone. How could I not know? It's a pity that he was still beaten and fled. Song Qingshu sighed. The scene of Dugu seeking for loss killing Meng Qihang with one sword appeared in his mind again. He wondered when he would be able to do that. The two of them chatted for a while. The bonfire was getting smaller and smaller. After all, Song Qingshu was in a hurry to save people and didn't have time to gather much firewood. Now that it was snowing heavily outside, the firewood he gathered could not be used. Song Qingshu noticed that Hua Qingtong's body began to tremble slightly again. He said, Come here. I don't want those 4 hours of inner energy to be wasted. Hua Qingtong bit his lip. But you won't be able to hold on. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. It's okay. I'll just rest for a while after I lose. Hua Qingtong shook his head. We still have to hurry to inform the tribe. How can you be exhausted? Song Qingshu sighed. You're going to die soon. Don't think about the tribe. To me, your entire tribe is not as important as you. Hua Qingtong's heart skipped a beat. She looked at him with a complicated expression. Do you treat every woman like this? Song Qingshu shook his head. No, I only treat pretty girls like this. You're always so frivolous. Hua Qingtong laughed. But my sister is in the tribe. She's much prettier than me. Will you change your mind? Princess Xiangxiang. Song Qingshu nodded. Then I'll change it to the entire tribe is not as important as you and your sister. You're really shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Soon, the two of them fell into silence. The bonfire gradually extinguished, and the entire cave became completely dark. Come here. You're a heroine. You don't have to be so shy, do you? Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. Who's shy? Hua Qingtong snorted and moved to his side. She hesitated for a moment. Actually, you don't have to waste your internal energy. Then, won't you freeze to death? Song Qingshu was stunned. He had his internal energy to protect his body. Hua Qingtong was very weak now. How could she withstand it? Hua Qingtong turned her head and said in a barely audible voice, You can hug me and use your body to keep warm. Okay. Song Qingshu smiled and pulled her into his arms. Hua Qingtong thought that he would decline on the surface. She did not expect him to be so impolite. She could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Did you deliberately lure me into saying that? Song Qingshu shook his head. That's because you're kind and you can't bear to let me waste my internal energy. Hua Qingtong gritted her teeth. Let's make this clear. After tonight, no one is allowed to mention this to anyone else. I know. You have a fiancé. I won't ruin your reputation. Song Qingshu held her in his arms and warmed her with the heat of his chest. Hearing the words fiancé, Hua Qingtong's eyes flashed a trace of sadness. However, she did not say anything. The cave returned to its tranquility. After a while, feeling her slightly cold body, Song Qingshu said, "This won't do. The heat can't pass to your body through your clothes." Some words have been said on the official account, but many people have not added the official account, so I'll say it again. Ah Qing's original form is Zhao Chu, the head of the 33 swordsmen in Wuye Swordsman. At the same time, in the Legend of Pacifying Demons written by Luo Guanzhong and Feng Menglong, she is the incarnation of the mysterious fairy of the ninth heaven. In Jin Yong's system, Ah Qing has always been the first character. Others like Shirpatian, the sweeping monk, and Zhang Sanfeng compete for second place. She has always been a transcendent character. When it comes to martial arts, she is generally not included. Of course, Shirpatian, who cheats in the later stages, is also a little beyond the scope of martial art. However, in the book Journey of the Gallant, Zhang Sanfeng and Dharma are clearly listed as martial arts legends. To a certain extent, no matter how powerful Shirpatian is, to a certain extent similar to these two. So in my opinion, Ah Qing's martial arts value is undisputedly the first in the Golden Book, unless she is not written. Since she appears, she must follow her first position. In addition, she has a mythical character, so the book is set to have the projection of the mysterious fairy of the ninth heaven in her body. She is equivalent to an existence that protects the world. The entire book is still within the scope of martial arts, not xianxia. Chapter 2469. Shut up. Hua Qingtong's face was a little red in the dark. Do we have to take off our clothes and hug each other? Why not? Song Qingshu saw that she was showing signs of losing her temper, and said hurriedly, Hey, I'm the one who's at a disadvantage. Hua Qingtong was so angry that she laughed. What did you suffer? Song Qingshu said, I read those stories about chivalry. It's usually about a male chivalrous hero who is injured and shivering in the middle of the night. Then, his confidante takes off her clothes and uses her body to warm him. Everyone will think that the girl is at a disadvantage and is willing to sacrifice her body to save the hero. Why am I not at a disadvantage when it's my turn to save you? Hua Qingtong was a little dizzy by his fallacious reasoning. How can it be the same? Song Qingshu smiled and said, What's the difference? Hua Qingtong was annoyed. Anyway, it's different. I don't know where you read those messy stories. How can there be such a thing? Song Qingshu revealed a nostalgic expression. I don't know how many such stories there are in my hometown, but unfortunately, I can't see them now. Hua Qingtong spat. No wonder you're so bad. Song Qingshu sighed. I said that on purpose to resolve your embarrassment, but you misunderstood me. I'm really a little sad. Hua Qingtong also said faintly, I know, but I'm a woman after all. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, I was teasing you just now. I'll transfer my internal energy to you. As he said that, he pressed his palm on her back again. No need. You'll consume too much energy this way. Hua Qingtong pressed his hand down and shook her head slightly. Forget it. You're lucky. After saying that, she unbuttoned her clothes. In fact, her coat was already a little tattered because of the escape. There was not much left of the lining, because he had just treated her wound. Therefore, with a little force, it slipped from her shoulder and her whole body was pressed tightly against the chest of the man beside her. Hug me tightly. Song Qingshu hurriedly took off his coat and put it behind her. Don't catch a cold. Hua Qingtong buried her head in his arms and did not speak. The two bodies hugged each other tightly, and the cave fell into a strange silence. Feeling the beauty in his arms tremble slightly, Song Qingshu did not know if it was because she was cold or afraid. He felt a little apologetic and hurriedly circulated his internal energy throughout his body. His entire body became as warm as the sun. Hua Qingtong hugged him tightly, and her stiff body gradually softened. Of doing, of being. Hoof of Song. I'm thinking about a physics problem, Song Qingshu replied. Physics? Hua Qingtong was stunned. Obviously, he had never heard of this term. Song Qingshu explained, I took a course in the past, and there was a chapter that talked about work efficiency. It mentioned that it's impossible to use 100% of energy. In the process of work, most of the energy is wasted, and only a small amount of energy is used on the blade. Do you know that some experts in the martial arts world will pass on their skills to their disciples? Song Qingshu said, when they passed on their skills, only a small part of the inner force was digested and absorbed by the disciple. Most of the inner force dissipated into the air. Hua Qingtong understood a little. But why did you suddenly mention this? Song Qingshu answered, because I transferred my inner energy to you to keep you warm just now. I exhausted myself to keep your body temperature. Most of my inner energy was wasted in the air. But now I only need to circulate my inner energy in my body. It's easy for me to keep you warm. Why didn't I think of doing this earlier? Hua Qingtong was so angry that she pinched him hard, causing Song Qingshu to scream. It's fine if you pinch me, but don't split your wound open, Song Qingshu hurriedly reminded. Hua Qingtong had already pinched a piece of flesh with her 2 fingers, but when she heard him say this, she couldn't bear to use more strength. What do you think our tribe should do next? Song Qingshu laughed to himself. He knew that she was changing the topic on purpose to distract him, but he still answered, Can you be sure that your tribe is united and everyone will be united to fight the Mongolians to the end with you? Hua Qingtong thought about it and shook her head. I am a woman after all. In the past, many people didn't really respect me, but because I always led them to victory, I was able to suppress them. But now that I have led the army to defeat, I'm afraid many people will jump out. If that's the case, take your family and hide in the Vulture Palace. That is my territory. It is in the mountains, and the Mongolians won't be able to attack. Song Qingshu said. This was the retreat plan he had been thinking of recently. The other forces were far away in the Central Plains, and it was easy for them to be attacked by the Mongolian cavalry on the way. Coincidentally, the Vulture Palace was on Mount Tian, and it was not too far away from the Muzwolan tribe. Many people from the Vulture Palace had been transferred to Lin and to help control the palace. There were still some people left, and it should not be a big problem for them to protect themselves. Hua Qingtong shook her head. That is, after all, my native tribe. I still have to try my best to see if I can protect them. Song Qingshu immediately felt a sense of respect. Most people in the world would weigh the pros and cons, but there were still some people who would do things even though they knew it was impossible. It was because of these people that the cultural heritage would not be destroyed. Soon, the cave fell silent again. Hua Qingtong said softly, I'm going to sleep. Song Qingshu nodded. Okay. After a while, he felt a strange movement in his arms. Song Qingshu could not help but ask, What's wrong? How can I sleep with you like this? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It's purely a physiological reaction. Hua Qingtong was silent for a while and suddenly asked, Brother Song, do you think I will die with the Mongolian army here? Song Qingshu hugged her tightly. Don't worry, I will definitely save you. Thank you. A smile appeared on Hua Qingtong's face. Actually, I don't want to die. There are still many things I haven't done in my life. If I die like this, I will have regret. What kind of things haven't the dignified yellow robe of green feathers done before? Song Qingshu was curious. For example, as soon as she finished speaking, she raised her head and kissed his lip. Song Qingshu was stunned. Before he could react, his hands had already tightly hugged her energetic body. Hiss, what's wrong? Did you touch a wound? Yes, wait, let me adjust it. Song Qingshu put his hands under her armpits and lifted her up. She sat in his arms with her back facing him. Hua Qingtong tilted her head back slightly, and her face was flushed. You are so skilled. Song Qingshu smiled and did not answer. He kissed her from behind. At that moment, Hua Qingtong felt that the cold air around them seemed to have become warm. After an unknown amount of time, Song Qingshu sucked his bag over, took out a blanket, and wrapped it around the two of them. Hua Qingtong was stunned. Why didn't you take it out just now? Would you believe me if I said I forgot? I don't believe you, you bad thing. Chapter 2470. Under the blanket, a young man and woman were hugging each other tightly. Song Qingshu gently stroked the beautiful hair of the beauty in his arms and said with some emotion, Qingtong, are you planning to go back to live and die with the tribe this time? Is that why you suddenly let go of yourself like this, because you have the will to die? Hua Qingtong's face was flushed, and she sighed faintly. You really understand a woman's mind. That's right. After all, that is the place where I was born and raised. If it is destined to be destroyed by the Mongolians, then I will definitely accompany it. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, Why are you so stupid? As long as there is life, there will be hope. As long as you are alive, there will be a day when you can turn defeat into victory. Hua Qingtong shook her head, and there was some confusion in her eyes. Now that the Mongolians are powerful, where is Qin Shan? I can't see any hope of turning defeat into victory. Song Qingshu patted his chest. Although you don't have Qin Shan, you have Qingshu. Don't worry, as long as I am here, I will lead you to defeat them sooner or later. Hua Qingtong bit his flesh. I haven't settled the score with you for lying to me just now. Song Qingshu could not help but mumble in a low voice, You were the one who took the initiative first. Hua Qingtong glared at him fiercely, and in the end, she said helplessly, This time, the odds are against our tribe. Zhang Wuji is also dead, so I have nothing to worry about. I'll just take it that you got lucky, and I can also settle one of my own worries. Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became strange. Zhang Wuji is dead? Where did you hear that? Hua Qingtong sighed. Even though the Ming dynasty announced to the public that their cult master is in seclusion, it's impossible for there to be no news at all after such a long time. Moreover, when the Mongolians attacked the western region some time ago, I wanted to join forces with the Ming dynasty to fight against the enemy. Unfortunately, he still didn't respond. Our spies in the Ming dynasty have sent word that he has been missing for a long time. There are many different theories within the Ming dynasty. Some say that Yang Shao rebelled against his superiors, some say that Zhang Wuji died from his injuries, some say that he assassinated Temujin and died. The flags of 5 elements and the scattered ones have already publicly broken off all relations with Yang Shao, and the Ming dynasty is in chaos. If he is still alive, how could he not care? Song Qingshu's expression was a little strange. So you think your fiancé is dead, so you don't have any psychological burden to do that with me? What else do you think? Hua Qingtong glared at him hatefully. Although I don't have any feelings for him, since we have an alliance, I will abide by it. How can I let you off so easily? Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, What if I tell you that he's not dead? Hua Qingtong was speechless. Don't joke about something like this. Hua Qingtong's heart was also pounding. He should be in Mongolia. Song Qingshu told him the information he had obtained and his speculation. He has been pretending to be a Tongtian shaman? Hua Qingtong was dumbfounded. That's right, Song Qingshu said. I only realized it when I saw the Tongtian shaman's body and noticed that he had been hit by the asteroid sucking technique. That guy has indeed hidden himself well. Right now, he should be hiding somewhere in Helen City, secretly recuperating. Naturally, he has no energy to care about the Ming dynasty. Hua Qingtong gritted his teeth. Then, when he became a Tongtian shaman, did he plan to give up on the Ming dynasty from the beginning? That should be the case, Song Qingshu replied. Actually, we all know that whether it is the Ming dynasty or the Wood Table Luan tribe, although they can win 1 or 2 battles, they are destined to be no match for the Mongolians. It is only a matter of time before they are destroyed. He must have been looking for a way out and finally chose to sneak into the Mongolian interior. Then why didn't he tell me? He caused me. Hua Qingtong couldn't continue for a moment. Song Qingshu smiled and moved closer. Caused you to be bullied by me? Bah, Hua Qingtong spat. I am the master of my own body. So what if he is alive? Green feather yellow shirt is indeed a heroine. Song Qingshu gave her a thumbs up. Hua Qingtong suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, then, in the Gaochang labyrinth, the Tongtian shaman was already him? Yes, so you personally said in front of your fiancé that you are my woman. Song Qingshu laughed gloatingly. You bastard, you did it on purpose. Hua Qingtong pinched and bit. This guy was too despicable. He had led her into a trap step by step. Song Qingshu laughed as he dodged, reminding him, Don't open up your wound. Forget it if you die. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Hua Qingtong said hatefully. Song Qingshu hugged her tightly and said gently, You are a heroine. How can you be like those ordinary women? Moreover, that guy chose to give up on the Ming dynasty. He has already betrayed the alliance between the two of you. What do you have to apologize for? Hua Qingtong bit her red lips. But I still feel strange. That proves that we are not familiar enough. Come, let's get to know each other better. Song Qingshu said as he started to touch her up and down again. You bastard! Hua Qingtong's face was red, but she still reluctantly complied. The next morning, Hua Qingtong was worried about the safety of her tribe. She ignored her injuries and insisted on continuing on their journey. Song Qingshu carried her all the way through the mountains and field. Hua Qingtong's usually heroic eyes became tender and sweet in his arms. She gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Are you tired? Song Qingshu shook his head. My body is very good now. With the help of the 2 princesses and Hua Qingtong's primordial yin last night, his previous injuries could be said to have completely healed. At this moment, he was smiling proudly in the mountains and was really proud of his success. Hua Qingtong recalled the situation in the cave last night and could not help but blush. This guy's body was indeed unbelievably good. The 2 of them passed through the mountains and came to a large grassland. Hua Qingtong, who could be considered half the owner, introduced him along the way. This was the Nalati grassland, and behind it was the Bayanbuluk grassland later. The 2 of them met a group of local herdsmen. Song Qingshu wanted to find them to buy horses and camels, but unfortunately, there was a language barrier. They looked at him warily. Fortunately, Hua Qingtong was there to communicate with them in the local language. In addition, she was beautiful and valiant, so she won the favor of the local herdsmen in an instant. After selling their horses, she also gave them a lot of horse milk, wine, and dry food. Song Qingshu could not help but feel a little indignant. These lecherous guys. If a few girls saw me, they would not have that attitude. Do you believe me? I believe you. Seeing that he was like a child, Hua Qingtong could not help but smile. The 2 of them went deep into the grassland. The grassland was as flat as a mirror, completely different from the ups and downs in the mountains. Gazing into the distance, they only felt that heaven and earth were connected, and everything was silent. It was as if there were only the 2 of them in the universe. Although Song Qingshu was skilled in martial arts, He could not help but shudder when he was in such a state. He suddenly felt that the universe was boundless and he was abnormally small. The two of them rode for dozens of miles but did not see anyone. Suddenly, Song Qingshu jumped onto Hua Qingtong's horse. "What are you doing?" Hua Qingtong was stunned. "I've seen a plot in a movie before and I've always been curious about whether it can be done, so I want to try it myself." He pulled Hua Qingtong into his arms and whispered a few words into her ear. Hua Qingtong's pretty face instantly turned red. "No way, it's too ridiculous." "There's no one around anyway," Song Qingshu said. "Besides, isn't your martial arts on horseback very good? Let me see it." Hua Qingtong was annoyed. "How can my martial arts be the same as what you're thinking?" "I think it's similar." Song Qingshu nodded seriously. In such a vast place, it was easy to let go of oneself. In addition, thinking about the uncertain future of the Mu Zhuoluan tribe, Hua Qingtong also felt like she was celebrating before she died. So in the end, she could not resist the other party's coaxing and pestering and gave in to his wishes. Just like that, the two of them stuck to each other. Time passed quickly and before long, they were nearing the territory of the Mu Zhuoluan tribe. Hua Qingtong's face also regained its sanctity and did not allow him to fool around anymore. Song Qingshu did not insist, but he was a little depressed because he had always thought that his martial arts on horseback was pretty good. After all, he had personally led troops to battle so many times. Who knew that he would almost fall off the back of the horse several times? Fortunately, Hua Qingtong, who had grown up on horseback, held on tightly to him and was often teased by him because of this. Just as Hua Qingtong was teasing him about this, a passing herdsman suddenly recognized her and told her that something had happened in Yarkand. Chapter 2471. The color drained from Hua Qingtong's face as she hurriedly asked what had happened. After some communication, she finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the Mutualan tribe was led by two leaders. The two leaders were brothers. The elder brother was Bodu, who was based in the city of Kashgar, which was later known as Kashgar. The second brother was Hua Qingtong's father, Mutualan, who was based in the city of Yarkand, which was later known as Shacha. The two brothers had been working together for the past few years to conquer the south and the north. They could be considered to have conquered the southern border together. At the same time, they had repelled the Mongolian invasions several times. However, Hua Qingtong had been in the limelight for the past few years. As a woman, she led the tribe to victory in every battle and made a name for herself. More importantly, she was extremely beautiful. Even the people of the Central Plains had heard of the famous yellow robe with green feathers. The consequence of this was that the Mu Tianluan tribe was the most powerful tribe, and the limelight was stolen by them. The other Bodu, as the eldest brother, was not inferior to the Mu Tianluan tribe in terms of strength and contribution. However, outsiders would only call them the Mu Tianluan tribe. Bodu would inevitably be dissatisfied if this went on, but it was still tolerable on the whole. Until a few days ago, when a woman appeared by Bodu's side. Bodu fell head over heels for her. When he learned that Hua Qingtong had been defeated on the front lines, he finally made up his mind to lead his army to attack Yarkand. Mu Zhuoluan thought that his brother had come to support him and did not take any precautions. Of course, his main force had been taken away by Hua Qingtong, so there was no point in taking precautions. Bodu led his army to attack Yarkand. In the chaos of battle, Mu Zhuoluan and his son, Huai, died in battle. His daughter, Princess Xiang, was captured. It was said that Bodu planned to offer her to Temujin as a gift of surrender. Hua Qingtong was already injured, and when she learned that her father and brother had died in battle, her vision darkened and she fainted. Song Qingshu was startled and hurried over to support her. "You should leave quickly. If Bodu's people know that Miss Hua is here, they will definitely send people to capture you," the herdsman hurriedly reminded them. He had been trading with the Han people for many years and knew a few words of Chinese. Thank you. Song Qingshu secretly sighed at Hua Qingtong's high prestige here. Even now, there were still people willing to inform her. Song Qingshu cupped his hands to thank the herdsman and left with Hua Qingtong. When Hua Qingtong woke up and realized that he was in a dilapidated house, he couldn't help but cry when he thought of his father and brother's tragic state. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been defeated at the front, Bo Du wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted him. Don't put the blame on yourself. Even if this incident didn't happen, he would have acted because of something else. There's a saying in the Han, there's no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Hua Qingtong's emotions slowly calmed down after he comforted her with good intentions. Where is this? Hua Qingtong looked around and realized that it was not a herdsman's tent. Song Qingshu replied, It's Yarkand. Now that the city is in chaos, it's not hard to find an empty house. Hua Qingtong's expression darkened. Yarkand used to be prosperous, but now it's empty. In the end, it's all my fault. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, The Mongolians are strong. They can lose 8 or 10 times, but your tribe is weak and can't afford to lose even once. This is something that can be salvaged by manpower. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Seeing that she was depressed and lost, Song Qingshu knew that this incident was too big a blow to her. Any words of comfort would be useless. He could only change his approach. Isn't your sister still in their hands? You should pull yourself together and think of a way to save her. That's right. Hua Qingtong's gray eyes brightened. Kasley doesn't know martial arts, and she's usually so kind and weak. She must be very scared now that she's alone. I have to save her. Hua Qingtong struggled to stand up, but she felt dizzy and almost fell again. Song Qingshu hurriedly supported her. You've lost too much blood and are very weak now. You've been in a hurry, and the food you've eaten is not nutritious. You should rest first. Hua Qingtong shook her head. No, I can't let Kasley be alone. You don't know how beautiful she is. No man can resist her charm. Every moment she falls into the enemy's hands is one more moment of danger. Song Qingshu thought, how could I not know how beautiful Princess Fragrance is? She's one of the most beautiful women in the entire Golden Book system. How about this? I'll help you save your sister, and you promise me to rest and recuperate. No, I want to go too, Hua Qingtong insisted. Song Qingshu pointed at her pale face. You're so weak now. Not only will you not be able to help, but I'll also have to split my attention to protect you. Hua Qingtong gradually regained her rationality. Thinking about it, she agreed. But you've never seen my sister. What if you saved the wrong person? Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. When the time comes, I'll just go find the prettiest girl. You have to believe in my taste. Ordinary beauties won't catch my eye at all. I promise I can recognize your sister at first glance. Hua Qingtong snorted. Who doesn't know that young Master Song has many female friends in the world? You don't have to show off like this. Song Qingshu was speechless. I'm telling you not to worry. All right. Anyway, my sister is much more beautiful than me. You can use me as a benchmark, Hua Qingtong said. Song Qingshu helped her tidy up the messy hair on her temples. Don't belittle yourself. You are obviously an outstanding beauty. That's because you haven't seen my sister. Hua Qingtong bit her lip and suddenly thought of something. You're not allowed to have any bad thoughts about my sister. Don't worry. I won't have any ideas about my sister-in-law. Song Qingshu paused. But what if she takes the initiative to fall in love with me? Hua Qingtong rolled her eyes at him. Although I know you're deliberately making me happy, I really want to bite you to death. Song Qingshu laughed and walked over to pick her up. I'd better find a place to settle you down first. I'm worried about leaving you here. Do you have any trusted aides or a safe place in this city? Hua Qingtong shook her head. My trusted aides were all killed or injured when I went out to battle this time. Many of them could have escaped, but in order to save me, why didn't you come earlier?" As she spoke, her eyes turned red. She couldn't help but cry in his arms. Song Qingshu gave a secret sigh. No wonder she slapped him back then. It wasn't just because she was afraid, but also because of the regret of watching her comrades die to save her. After she calmed down a little, Song Qingshu said, "Didn't I ask you to take care of the Taiyan tribe people last time? Where did you place them? Why don't you go to them and ask about the latest news in the city?" "I gave the Taiyan tribe a field at the foot of the southern mountain and also prepared a house for Yili Xian and her daughter in the city. It's on the southern side of the city. I don't know if they were affected by this incident." Hua Qingtong had a worried expression. "Let's go take a look. If there's nothing wrong, we can let them take care of you. I'll be reassured," Song Qingshu said. Hua Qingtong gave a sound of understanding. She suddenly had a bit of doubt. "Are they also your women?" Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat and he quickly explained, "Don't think too much, they have never seen me like this before. I have always used the identity of the Water Moon Great Sect to deal with them. So it's like this." Hua Qingtong did not dispel his doubts, "But they are so beautiful, it doesn't match your personality. Quickly tell me, do you have an affair with a big beauty or a little beauty? Let me be prepared, otherwise it will be awkward when I see them later." Chapter 2472. "No, there is nothing between us." Song Qingshu subconsciously denied it. Wouldn't he be asking for trouble if he admitted to this kind of question? Who would have thought that Hua Qingtong would become angry? "You really don't have many truths coming out of your mouth. Who was it in the Taiyan tribe that helped you and Yili Xian deal with the aftermath?" Your voice was so loud that it could be heard from several hundred meters away. Song Qingshu thought about it and instantly felt a bit embarrassed. No wonder Hua Qingtong was so strong on the battlefield, he was too sly, even knowing how to fish. He could only awkwardly explain, "I've used too many identities over the years and couldn't remember. I didn't lie to you on purpose." Hua Qingtong rolled her eyes at him. All right, I always knew that you were a womanizer, so I didn't have high expectations of you here." Song Qingshu chuckled a few times. He thought to himself that people couldn't be set up like that. In his previous life, why did so many famous people lose their reputations? It was because they always set up the image of a good husband, a good wife, and a devoted wife. Once something happened, their entire person would be ruined. On the contrary, people like him, who always had the image of a scumbag, would naturally have low expectations of him. Occasionally, he would act a little more devoted, which would actually add to his reputation. The two of them came to Yili Xian and Aman's residence. When they opened the door, there were several blades flying at them. Song Qingshu had already sensed that there were people in the room. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent the blades to the ground. "Everyone stop, it's Miss Hua," one of them shouted. "Miss Hua! Miss Hua is back. Ah man and the others can be saved." The group of people were all excited. Song Qingshu was stunned. He noticed that they were dressed in the Taiyan tribe's attire and quickly asked, "What happened to Ah man and the others?" Those people looked at him and saw that he was suitable to come with Hua Qingtong, so they did not hide anything. They were captured by Bodu's people and brought to the city lord's palace. We were discussing how to save them. Song Qingshu secretly sighed that beauty in this chaotic world would bring endless trouble to women. He suddenly noticed that a familiar figure was missing from the crowd. Where's Su Pu? Why don't I see him? As the leader of the younger generation, Sup liked Amon so much. How could he not be there when something happened to Amon? Su Pu was killed by Bodo's subordinates in order to stop Amon from being taken away. Those people had mournful and resentful expressions on their faces, revealing the corpses of many of their clansmen behind them. Only then did Song Qingshu notice Su Pu's ashen face. He squatted down to examine the body and found that Su Pu's heart meridian had been broken by someone's internal energy. The culprit's kung fu was quite high. When did this happen? About 2 hours ago. We just heard the news and rushed over. We were about to rush to the city lord's mansion to rescue and take revenge, those people replied. Song Qingshu frowned. Aren't you just throwing your lives away by attacking the city lord's mansion? The main force of Taiyan tribe's young and strong men had already been killed by the Mongolian soldiers, and the ones who survived were the old and weak. They did not have much offensive power. Those people were enraged. Even if we can't win, we still have to fight. Our Taiyan tribe is not a coward. Miss Hor is back. With her leading the way, we will definitely win. Seeing that these people were looking at Hua Qingtong fervently, Song Qingshu finally knew how high her prestige was in this area. By Chinese network, I happen to know of a secret passage that leads to the city lord's mansion. You guys come with me, Hua Qingtong said after thinking for a while. Song Qingshu was shocked and hurriedly asked, Your injury? Hua Qingtong shook her head. It was just a sudden bad news just now, and I haven't calmed down yet. I'm much better now. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. These people can set fire to the city lord's mansion once they enter, and they can also help to distract some of the Pota soldiers. At this time, one of the Taiyan tribe warriors said, Actually, it's not that bad. This time, it's not just our tribe, there are many other warriors who will attack the city lord's mansion. Why? Hua Qingtong was also a little curious. Could it be to avenge her father? But in her heart, she knew that it would be fine if the situation had not been decided, but now that the Mu Zhuoluan tribe was clearly finished, would these people risk their lives? Because Princess Xiangxiang has said that she will marry whoever can avenge her. All the warriors in the surrounding villages have gone crazy and want to charge into the city lord's mansion, the man answered. Hua Qingtong was shocked. My sister actually made such a promise? No one knew her sister's charm better than her. Her sister was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty in the western region, and she even thought that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. But previously, her sister had been close to Leader Chen of the Red Flower Society. Why would she use her own happiness as a stake this time? Another person said, Princess Xiangxiang is indeed Miss Hua's sister. She is truly a heroine. To avenge her father and brother, she actually made such a promise. I heard that a young Master Chen died to save her. His father and brother died, and so did his lover. So in desperation, he made this plan. Hearing their discussion, Hua Qingtong hurriedly asked, Young Master Chen? Which young Master Chen? I think it's some Red Flower Society. I heard someone call him Leader Chen. When Yelkiang City was breached, he desperately protected Princess Xiangxiang out of the city, but in the end, he couldn't do it alone. Song Qingshu was also stunned. Chen Jialua had died just like that. Although he didn't really like this guy in the original work, who had given his woman away for the sake of the country, he was still a gentleman. He couldn't help but feel a little sad that a familiar person had died without a sound. If I don't take revenge, I am not human, Hua Qingtong said hatefully. Although she and Chen Jialua didn't have any feelings for each other in this world, after fighting together for so long, she treated him as a very good friend. Now that the new and old grudges were added together, she was even more anxious to take revenge. Song Qingshu didn't dare to delay any longer. He led a group of people to the city lord's residence. With Hua Qingtong leading the way, they found a secret passage in a well in a courtyard and quietly snuck into the back courtyard of the city lord's residence. After entering the residence, the warriors of the Taiyan tribe grabbed a guard and asked where Ah Man and the others were. They hurriedly rushed over. Hua Qingtong hurriedly stopped them, telling them to set fires everywhere and create chaos. Otherwise, even if they managed to save the people later, the city lord's residence would be heavily guarded, and they wouldn't be able to leave. Since they're preparing to give Kazli to Temujin, she shouldn't be in danger for the time being. Let's save Ah Man and the others first, Hua Qingtong quickly said to Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire her. In such a short period of time, she had thought through everything clearly. As expected of the yellow robes of green feathers, Hua Qingtong was very familiar with the residents. After hearing the guard's words, she quickly led Song Qingshu to the place. Chapter 2473. Save them first. Seeing the soldiers leave, Song Qingshu quickly brought Hua Qingtong's group in. They found a large and small beauty hugging each other as they cried. Who else could it be other than Ye Li Xian and Ah Man? Song Qingshu was shocked, thinking that they had been bullied. When he saw that their clothes were fine, he let out a sigh of relief. You are. Ye Li Xian and Ah Man couldn't help being stunned when they saw the man who suddenly charged in, subconsciously hiding behind him. Song Qingshu finally remembered that they had only seen the water moon sect's appearance and did not know his true appearance. He had really shot himself in the foot. Ye Li Xian, Ah Man, we're here to save you. Hua Qingtong also came in at this time. Seeing that the two girls were safe, he let out a sigh of relief. Miss Hua. Ye Li Xian and Ah Man were pleasantly surprised when they saw her. Seeing the tribe members behind her, they felt like they were in a dream. Song Qingshu gave a cough. We'll slowly catch up after we leave. That's right, I heard from the guards that you were captured by an expert. Where is he? Ah Man's eyes instantly turned red. That person is a big bad person. Su Pu died under his hands. Before, Tai Yan's group made Song Qingshu have a good impression of this beautiful little girl. Seeing her pitiful appearance now, he couldn't help feeling angry. What is that person's name? I'll help you take revenge. Thank you, hero. Ah Man revealed a look of pleasant surprise, but she quickly shook her head. But I don't know that evil person's name, I only know that he is fat and very ugly. Song Qingshu. How could he find people with this kind of description? It was a good thing Ye Li Xian knew more on the side. He was trying to bully us just now. He seemed to call himself the evil Buddha. Evil Buddha Zhongzhongyo? Song Qingshu was stunned, but he immediately reacted. Since Bai Fenghua was luring Bo Do here, it was obvious that Brother Ali Buge had also sent other experts from the Heaven's Mandate cult over to help. Although Dan Yuru was the cult leader, these elders were not under her jurisdiction, so she naturally did not know their movements. It was true that a dog couldn't stop eating shit. Back then, in Xixia, Zhong Zhongyo had harbored evil intentions towards Madame Qiu, the princess, and even Dan Yuru. Who would have thought that he wouldn't change even after coming here? You said he was trying to bully you? Where is he? Song Qingshu hurriedly asked. Just now we thought that we were doomed. Who would have thought that a guard would come and call for him? It seemed that someone had broken into the city lord's mansion. The city lord mobilized the experts there, and he could only hurry over. Compared to Ah Man who only knew how to cry, Ye Li Xian had more experience, so she was much calmer and could answer questions in an orderly manner. However, there was some doubt in her eyes. Why did the man in front of her give her a very familiar feeling? But she was very sure that she had never seen this person before. Hua Qingtong was shocked. Those people must have come to save my little sister. Let's quickly go and help. Song Qingshu nodded and quickly ordered the Tai Yan tribe's warriors to bring Ye Li Xian and Hua Qingtong out of the city lord's mansion through the secret passage. He would meet up with them after this matter was over. Then he brought Hua Qingtong alone and rushed in the direction of the loud sound. In a courtyard on the east side of the city lord's mansion, there was a large group of people fighting. It was a group of warriors of the prairies that had charged into the city lord's mansion. Hearing Princess Fragrance's oath, they all seemed like they had gone crazy. However, they were fighting on their own. How could they be a match for the regular army under Badu's command? In addition, Badu had invited a group of experts from God knows where. They were truly like demons from hell. Very quickly, these brave warriors suffered heavy casualties. It was a good thing that a group of experts came to help them, gradually stopping their decline. But as more and more soldiers and experts came from the city lord's mansion, they couldn't hold on any longer. An old man wearing a felt hat and linen clothes loudly said, "Ming Mei, Zheng De, quickly retreat. There is an ambush here." A bald old man on the other side loudly scolded, "Isn't this nonsense? I also want to retreat, how can I leave?" A white-haired old woman on the side quickly reminded, "Be careful, don't be distracted. This fellow is very strong." These experts were the Heaven Lake strange hero Yuan Shishao, as well as the Heaven Mountain twin eagles Guan Mingmei and Chen Jingde. When they found out that something had happened to Muzolan tribe, that Chen Jialuo had died in battle, and that Princess Fragrance had been captured, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yuan Shishao had brought his granddaughter Yuan Zi and invited the Heaven Mountain twin eagles to take revenge, but who would have thought that Bo Do would suddenly have so many experts under him? In the distance, a middle-aged man wearing a white hat laughed. "When I found out about Kasley's oath, I knew that there would be many people coming to save her, so I set up an inescapable net. None of you will be able to escape today. Mr. Bai, can I trouble you to take care of them?" This middle-aged man was Muzolan tribe's elder brother, Bo Do, who now controlled all of southern Xinjiang. As for the person beside him whom he addressed as Mr. Bai, if Song Qinshu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that he was the elite of Destiny cult, Bai Yejing. He was the one who fought evenly against Hong Qigong in King Ali Buj's mansion. Besides him, there were a few other disciples from Enweed faction, Lai Rian and Evil Buddha Zhong Zhongyo. There were 5 of them, and the one with the highest martial arts was naturally Bloodhand Li Gong. However, Li Gong had always been in isolated training to fight against Pangban for the strongest in the evil cult. He usually did not participate in the cult's affairs. His senior sister, Fu Yaohong, was only skilled in the art of seduction, but in terms of martial arts, she could not compare to him. Lai Rian and Evil Buddha Zhong Zhongyo might be slightly weaker than him, but they were still the best in the world. They were more than enough to handle the matter of Muzolan tribe. "I don't need to do anything. They can handle it." Bai Yejing was a little concerned about his identity and did not want to participate in the siege. Lai Rian was up against Yuan Shishao, and Evil Buddha Zhong Zhongyo was up against the 2 eagles of Heaven Mountain. With the other elites surrounding him, they already had the upper hand. Not long after he finished speaking, Evil Buddha Zhong Zhongyo struck Chen Jingde's chest with his palm. Chen Jingde lost his balance and fell back. The warrior who had been waiting for an opportunity behind him stabbed his back in the middle of his heart. The warrior was delighted with his success, but Chen Jingde turned his elbow around and rammed it into him. His skull was instantly crushed, and he died. Chen Jingde's sword had struck his vitals, and he knew that he would die here today. He shouted, and his divine might was awe-inspiring. The evil Buddha was shocked and took a step back. Chen Jingde lifted his sword and threw it at Bo Do. He knew that he would definitely die today, and if he could kill the culprit, Bo Do, with his last strike, it would be worth it. When he sensed the might of the flying sword slicing through the air, Bo Do turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. He tripped and fell to the ground. However, the flying sword suddenly stopped in the middle. It turned out that Bai Yejing had pinched it with 2 fingers, and it could no longer move forward. Seeing this, Chen Jingde was shocked and infuriated, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Guan Mingmei, who was beside him, was shocked to see her husband throw away his sword. She hurried over to save him. Yuan Shishao was furious. He used all his power and blocked the attacks of Lai Rian and Zhong Zhongyo alone. Yuan Zi also rushed over to help Guan Mingmei block the attacks of the surrounding soldiers, so that she could recover. Guan Mingmei hurriedly took out some ointment and applied it on his wound. Chen Jingde shook his head with a wry smile, and said to Guan Mingmei, "I'm sorry. I've made you unhappy for decades. When you return to Tianshan, become husband and wife with Yuan. Brother Yuan. I'll be at ease in the netherworld. It turned out that the double eagles of Tianshan and Yuan Shishao were old friends since they were young. Yuan Shishao and Guan Mingmei were childhood sweethearts, but they both had bad tempers and often quarreled with each other. Once, Yuan Shishao went to Maobei in anger, and Guan Mingmei married Chen Jingde, who had been secretly in love with her. After they lived a peaceful and happy life, Yuan Shishao returned to his hometown, but his lover had married someone else's wife. He had no choice but to live in seclusion in Tianqi near the residence of the double eagles to express his love. Because of this, Chen Jingde had always been worried about Guan Mingmei. Therefore, they had been quarreling for decades, and everyone in the martial arts world knew that. However, now that Chen Jingde knew that he was going to die, he suddenly let go of the entanglement in his heart. He only hoped that his lover could live happily in the remaining days. However, Guan Mingmei raised her eyebrows and shouted, "Don't you know that I've been loving you for the past few months? You can rest assured now." She put the sword to his throat and he died immediately. Chen Jingde didn't expect that she would be so unyielding. He couldn't help crying out loud before he stopped crying. He was holding his wife's body, and they both died in a pool of blood. Chapter 2474. Because of this unforeseen event, Yuan Shishao was shocked and angry. He had been entangled with the two eagles of Tianshan his entire life. Chen Jingde was fine, but Guan Mingmei was the person he had always liked. The two of them were childhood sweethearts. They were supposed to be a couple, but because both of their tempers were too bad, a misunderstanding arose, and Chen Jingde took advantage of the situation. But seeing her die for Chen Jingde without hesitation, Yuan Shishao felt that many things in his heart collapsed. It was a bit difficult for him to deal with Lai Rian or Evil Buddha. Now, he was distracted when fighting against the two of them. His flaw was found in an instant, and Evil Buddha slapped his chest. Yuan Shishao spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The surrounding warriors all slashed at him with their sabers. "Grandpa!" Yuan Zi exclaimed. She waved the white python whip in her hand and wrapped Yuan Shishao's body. She pulled him over in time and saved him from being dismembered. However, since the long whip in her hand was occupied, she could no longer resist the sabers of the soldiers around her. She could only close her eyes subconsciously and wait for death. Evil Buddha Zhongyo felt it was a pity. This girl in purple had an oval face, phoenix eyes, and cherry lip. Although she looked cold and arrogant, she was beautiful and radiant. If she stayed for a few days, she would be as happy as a fairy. However, they were far apart. He wanted to save her but was afraid of being counterattacked by Yuan Shishao. He had lost the opportunity to save her. Forget it. Anyway, I still have the two beauties of the Taiyan tribe. Although the daughter will be given to the Khan, she will be more beautiful and mature as a fairy. I can play with her during this period. While he was deep in thought, a figure suddenly jumped into the courtyard. With a roll of the sleeves, the swords and sabers of the soldiers were all sucked into the sleeves of that person. Then, a huge force came, and the group of soldiers all screamed and retreated. Then they found that the weapons in their hands had been twisted into a fried dough twist. They were all shocked. Hearing the exclamations and screams around, Yuan Zi opened her eyes subconsciously and saw the man who had made her gnash her teeth with hatred standing in front of her solemnly. She didn't know whether it was because she had fallen down or not. At this moment, the man looked extremely tall in her eyes. "Master! Master!" They were naturally Song Qinshu and Hua Qintong. At this moment, Hua Qintong also saw the two eagles of Tianshan lying in a pool of blood. For a moment, he was extremely sorrowful and almost fainted. First, she learned of the death of her father and brother. Now, even her master, who had always taken care of her, was dead. For a moment, she felt how lonely and insignificant she was in this world. Song Qinshu. By then, the Mongolians had already recognized Song Qingshu, and they instinctively took a step back. Back in Helen City, they had witnessed with their own eyes how he had single-handedly fought against 3 great grandmasters. That scene was still fresh in their memories, especially the evil Buddha Zhong Zhongyo, who had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the other party in western Xia. Fortunately, he had used the great art of heavenly demon disintegration to escape. Even now, his vitality had yet to recover. Song Qingshu ignored them and went over to gently stroke Hua Qingtong's hair, comforting her gently. Because of the other party's move, even though they seemed to be defenseless, the surrounding soldiers still didn't dare to step forward. Song Qingshu wiped away the tears on Hua Qingtong's cheek. "Don't worry. I'll avenge you." Then, he looked at Yuan Zi. "Who killed the 2 seniors?" Yuan Zi subconsciously pointed at the evil Buddha Zhong Zhongyo, who was retreating. The warrior who had launched a sneak attack on Chunjingda had been killed on the spot. Zhong Zhongyo, who had hit him and caused him to be fatally injured, was the culprit. 56 Zhong Zhongyo's countenance changed greatly. He hurriedly turned around and ran. Even though they had more people on their side and seemed to have the upper hand, he still didn't feel safe at all. There was only one thought in his mind: run, get out of this place as soon as possible. Unfortunately, just as he took a step forward, Song Qingshu appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Zhong Zhongyo was shocked and hurriedly exerted all his martial arts to attack Song Qingshu, trying to buy more time for Bai Yejing and the others to come to his rescue. Unexpectedly, Fang Shijian raised his finger. Although his movement was very slow, in almost the blink of an eye, Fang Shijian tapped on his forehead. Zhong Zhongyo felt an extremely sharp sword qi rushing into his mind, and then he lost consciousness. When Bai Yejing, Lai Rian, and the others came to his rescue, Song Qingshu had already returned to his original spot. They just happened to catch Zhong Zhongyo's corpse, which had fallen limply to the ground. Song Qingshu said to Hua Qingtong, "Qingtong, I've already killed that person. Thank you." Hua Qingtong's expression was distressed. Although he had taken revenge, his master still wouldn't be able to return. Song Qingshu sighed. "Oh yes, I almost forgot about an enemy. Bo Du killed your father and brother. However, he's your uncle after all. How do you think we should deal with him?" Hua Qingtong said hatefully, "I don't have such an uncle." Song Qingshu nodded. "All right, I understand." He then stood up and faced Bo Do's direction. Everyone there took a step back. Bo Do swallowed hard and hid behind Bai Yejing. "Mr. Bai, I've pledged my allegiance to the Great Khan. You must protect me." Bai Yejing's scalp was also a little numb, but he couldn't just ignore it in front of so many people. He could only bite the bullet and go forward to say, "Song Qingshu, I know your martial arts are very strong, and none of us are your match in a one-on-one fight. However, there are so many of us here, and you might not be able to win if we all attack together." Bo Du, who was behind him, was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, "This guy has been so arrogant when he first came to me. Previously, when you were dealing with Yuan Shishao and the others, you were also unwilling to make a move because of your status. I thought you were some great expert, but now you're so scared?" Song Qingshu said lightly, "Today, I'm only going to kill the ringleader and not the innocent. Whoever gets in my way will die." Seeing that the Mongolian warriors' eyes were flickering, and it was obvious that they wanted to retreat, Bo Du cursed in his heart and hurriedly ordered his men, "Go, shoot him to death." After all, he was an overlord, and there were many soldiers under his command. Upon hearing his order, they all drew their bows and nocked their arrows. Song Qingshu stamped his foot on the ground, and the weapons that had been scattered on the ground in the previous scuffle rose into the air and then shot out like lightning. The archers died tragically before they could fire their arrows. The other soldiers' jaws almost dropped. They had never seen such amazing martial arts in Nanjiang, and they couldn't help but retreat. Baudu was scared and hurriedly waved his hands. Go. As he spoke, he turned and ran. There were too few soldiers here, and he didn't feel safe. He wanted to return to the barrack. However, those soldiers were not fools. Seeing that their commander-in-chief had fled, they did not dare to go forward and court death. Song Qingshu took advantage of the opportunity when they looked at each other to directly take a step behind the wave. He grabbed his shoulder and brought him back to Hua Qingtong. Qingtong, you can deal with him yourself. Looking at Hua Qingtong's dazed look, Song Qingshu knew that he had to let her vent her anger. Otherwise, she would get sick easily if she kept it in her heart. Yuan Zi's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. She thought to herself, if someone is willing to do such a thing for me, it's really worthwhile to die. However, she soon became gloomy because she knew that she didn't have a good relationship with this guy. Chapter 2475. Song Qingshu was secretly impressed. Hua Qingtong was indeed the famous yellow-robed man. She could still maintain her rationality in such a situation. Instead of rushing to take revenge, she asked about her sister. He was also a little curious. Princess Fragrance was the most legendary beauty in the Golden Book. He wondered how beautiful her hair was. Baudu hurriedly said, "Will you let me go if I answer?" Hua Qingtong said coldly, "There's no room for negotiation now." After all, Baudu was also an ambitious person. He stretched his neck and said, "I'm going to die anyway. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why should I tell you?" You. Hua Qingtong was furious, but the other party was really not afraid of death. There was nothing she could do. At this moment, Song Qingshu stepped forward and said, "Although we're going to die, there's a difference between a happy death and a painful death. Do you know that our Han dynasty has a kind of punishment? It's to bury a person in the ground with only his head exposed. Then, we cut a hole on the top of his head and pour mercury in. What do you think will happen?" Baudu swallowed with difficulty. "What will happen?" Song Qingshu said with a smile. "After the mercury is poured in, the person will feel itchy all over. It itches, and he will start to struggle. However, his whole body is buried in the ground. There's only a hole on the top of his head. Then, he will kick hard and rush out of the wound on the top of his head. He doesn't even need his skin. You Han people are all devils." Baudu could not bear listening anymore. He covered his ears and shouted. Song Qingshu's expression turned cold. "To deal with a devil like you who kills your brother and nephew, we have to use devil methods. If you don't tell me, I have at least 99 similar methods here. You'll tell me eventually." I'll tell you. Baudu panicked. He actually understood that most of the time, death was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was to be unable to live or die. "I secretly sent her away the day before yesterday to offer her to the Mongolian Great Khan." "What? Sent her away?" Hua Qingtong's body turned cold. Baudu hurriedly nodded. "Yes, because Castley swore that she would marry whoever avenged her. You know how many men adored Castley on the grasslands. I was worried that things would change over time, so I arranged for someone to secretly send her to the Mongolian camp. Then, I set up a trap here and waited for someone to come and save her." "Is what he said true?" Song Qingshu looked coldly at Bai Yejing and the others. Bai Yejing hurriedly nodded. "That's right, the one being escorted is my niece's precious disciple. After witnessing the scene of Lin Feng killing the evil Buddha Zhong Zhongyo, how could he dare to have the slightest thought of resisting? Although his martial arts were higher than Zhong Zhongyo's, there was a limit to it. Both of them were experts of the same level, but this fellow's movements were so fast that he couldn't even see them clearly. He knew that if they really fought, he would die. "Bai Fenghua." Song Qingshu frowned. "Yes, so Prince Song also knows her." Bai Yejing secretly complained in his heart. No wonder people in Jianghu said that this surnamed Song was a lecherous person. It seemed that he knew all the beautiful women in the world. Which path did they take? Huaqingtong hurriedly asked. They went north along the Yarqiang River. As for which path they took later, it should have been arranged by Baifenghua. I'm not sure, Bodo answered. I've already said what I need to say. I only ask for a quick death. All right, after you die, go and apologize to my father and brother. Huaqingtong did not hesitate at all. He raised his knife and ended the other's life. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. As expected of a famous general who had fought on the battlefield. His decisiveness in killing was much more ferocious than his. How should we deal with these people? Huaqingtong held his bloody sword and looked coldly at Bai Yejing and the others. Bai Yejing, Lai Rian, and the others secretly took a step back. It was a matter of life and death. Even if they knew that they couldn't win, they still had to fight. Song Qingshu looked at them indifferently. I just said that I would only kill the ringleader. You guys can leave. After all, they were from the same sect as Dan Yuru and Fu Yaohong. These two women had helped him a lot before. If he turned around and killed all the experts in their sect, it would not be very kind. Also, they were Brother Ali's subordinate. Brother Ali and Kublai were fighting fiercely. He did not want to break the balance between the two. As for the evil Buddha Zhongzhongyo, this shameless guy almost bullied Dan Yuru last time. He should have died long ago. Bai Yejing and Lai Rian were overjoyed. Thank you, young master. Young master, you have shown mercy today. We will definitely repay you in the future. After saying this, the two of them hurriedly left with the people from the Heavens sect. Huaqingtong did not say anything. Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall. They were still too weak in the city. If they did not use gentle measures, it would be easy for something to happen. Next, Huaqingtong gathered his old subordinates and started to calm the chaotic situation in the city. Song Qingshu helped to save Yuan Shao and the others. After that, Huaqingtong collected the remains of his father and brother. At the same time, he also buried a large number of warriors who had died in the battle. Song Qingshu invited them to temporarily stay at the Spirit Vulture Palace. The Spirit Vulture Palace was in the Heavenly Mountain and was not far from here. It was also easy to hide in the mountains. Huaqingtong did not refuse this time. He brought the remaining people and left Yarqiang City. This was something that could not be helped. The Wooden Tribe was in internal strife, and adding on the fact that their main force had been killed in the valley, there were only the old and weak left. They had no way to fight against the incoming Mongolian army. Originally, Song Qingshu wanted to bring the Tai Yen tribe with him, but when he left the city to look for them, he found that the Tai Yen tribe had already left. They must have been afraid that Bo Du would lead an army to take revenge after saving Ah Man and her daughter from the city lord's palace, so they quickly left. Song Qingshu was a bit regretful. He still missed the good times he had with Yili Xian, but it was a pity that he had been busy recently and had no time to find them. He could only wait for the situation to settle down and then return to the grasslands to continue their relationship. But he did not know if she would recognize him at that time. After all, she remembered the Water Moon sect. The group traveled north for a day. Huaqingtong asked Song Qingshu to help him save his sister, Kazli. Now that he was leading a large group, they could not go fast. If they delayed too long and his sister fell into Temujin's hands, then it would be too late to save her. She had wanted to go with them, but she still had to take care of the people in her tribe. She could only settle them down first and could not go with them. Song Qingshu described the location of the Spirit Vulture Palace to her in detail, then gave her the sect master's ring as a keepsake so that she would not be treated as an enemy by the people of the Spirit Vulture Palace. Huaqingtong reluctantly said goodbye to him. The two of them could actually be considered newlyweds and were stuck together like glue. After I settle down my people, I will come find you. Song Qingshu gently stroked her hair. You don't have to be too anxious. Rest well during this time. I promise I will help you save Kazli. Okay. Hua Qingtong looked at him affectionately, her eyes full of reluctance. At that moment, Yuan Shishao walked over with his granddaughter and said, I like Casley very much too. It's a pity that I'm seriously injured and can't go with her. However, we also want to do our part. Let Z go with you. Her martial arts are not bad. If you encounter anything, she can help you. Yuan Zi was at a loss. She kept pulling at the corner of her clothes. She was obviously very anxious. I have mentioned about the new book on the official account, Monk Lu Ru. But many readers do not follow the official account, so I will say it again. On the 21st of this month, which is this Thursday, my new book will be released on the Zongheng website and app. The old book will not be finished by then, so it will probably be open for a while. Originally, I wanted to release the new book later, or at least wait until the old book is finished. But there are new authors releasing new books every month on the website, which involves resources on the management side. My schedule is very full, so I cannot decide when to release the book. I have poured 6 years of effort into the old book, so I will definitely make sure that there will be a happy ending. Everyone can also take advantage of this time to take care of the new book. When the old book is finished, the new book will almost be fat. I hope everyone will like it. Chapter 2476. Obviously, Song Qingshu didn't expect this. He couldn't help laughing. I don't have a good reputation. If you go with me, I'm afraid that it will damage your reputation. Yuan Shishao shook his head. That's just the misunderstanding the people have about you. Based on the few times I've come into contact with you, even though you do things in a rather eclectic manner, you are a righteous and benevolent person, or else, you would not have traveled so far to provide reinforcements and become enemies with the powerful Mongolians. Am I that good? Song Qingshu was a little embarrassed after being praised by him. Yuan Shishao said, After all, you're from the Central Plains. You're not familiar with the terrain of the Western region and don't use language to communicate with the locals. Z grew up here and is quite familiar with this place. She can also be your guide. Besides, you're chosen by Qingtong. Even if I don't believe in my own judgment, I believe in Qingtong's judgment. You won't bully Z. Song Qingshu originally wanted to refuse. However, when he heard Yuan Shishao mentioning the guide, he suddenly remembered the different treatment he and Hua Qingtong received when they went to the herdsman to buy horses. He also realized how useful it was to have a guide who was familiar with the locals. Therefore, he didn't refuse anymore, but I don't know if Miss Yuan is willing to. Yuan Zi didn't expect that her grandfather would suddenly make such a request. Therefore, she was a little surprised and panicked for a while. After a while, she gradually calmed down. Casley and I are like sisters. Now that she's kidnapped, I naturally have to help her. I just hope that you don't think that I'm a burden because I'm weak in martial arts. In that case, thank you, Senior Yuan. Thank you, Miss Yuan. Song Qingshu cupped his hands in obeisance. Yuan Zi hurriedly packed up her luggage and rode a white horse. They bid farewell to the people of the Wooden Table Luan tribe and then rode north. They went north along the Yarkand River. Looking at the yellow sand in the east, they only felt that the sea of sand was boundless and human beings were insignificant. Song Qingshu couldn't help asking, What desert is over there? Yuan Zi answered, That's the Taklamakan Desert. Taklamakan means the Great Desert under the mountains in the Uyghur language. Don't go there. You'll definitely die there. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. In the future, technology could be used to build roads to cross the desert. In this era, it was indeed a dangerous place. By the way, Miss Yuan, you are familiar with the terrain here. Which path do you think the team escorting Casley will take? Song Qingshu asked. Yuan Zi rode her horse over and took out a map. We're heading northeast along the Yarkiang River. They must have taken the same route. Here, the Yarkiang River, Hutian River, and Aksu River will converge and form the Darim River in the east. Arkas. Song Qingshu was startled. Yuan Zi looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Song Qingshu smiled and said, It's nothing. I just remembered that the apples there are very famous. He even started to miss the Oxu ice candy apple from his previous life. Yuan Zi's white finger continued to move to the east. Kush is in the east. They may split up here. They either go north or go east. We need to ask for directions along the way. Song Qingshu nodded with a smile. Fortunately, you're here. Otherwise, I'd be like a headless fly. It would be fine if they were in the Central Plains. However, the biggest difficulty here was the language barrier. It was inconvenient to buy food, horses, and ask directions. Fortunately, he had Hua Qingtong and Yuan Zi, so he didn't have to worry about these things on the way. Yuan Zi suddenly said with a red face, Brother Song, I've offended you before. Please don't forgive me. Song Qingshu was stunned. Why did you change your attitude so suddenly? Is it because you know you can't defeat me? Are you afraid that I'll rape and kill you in the desert? Yuan Zi rolled her eyes at him. Her eyes were full of coquettishness. No wonder Brother Song has a bad reputation in Jianghu. It's easy to be misunderstood by others when you talk like this. Song Qingshu looked at the purple-clothed girl on the back of the horse. Her figure was slender and graceful. Her waist was slender and her shoulders were thin. She looked delicate and graceful. No matter how picky he was, he had to admit that she was indeed an extremely beautiful girl. You used to misunderstand me. Why don't you now? Yuan Zi pursed her lips and smiled. There was a dimple on her left cheek. She looked very sweet. I've heard too many rumors about you. I don't know that you've done so many earth-shattering things until now. Song Qingshu put his ear close to her. What have you done? Tell me one by one. Yuan Zi was speechless. Of course, Yuan Zi was not stupid enough to tell him one by one. Besides, my grandpa praises you every time he mentions you. Sister Hua also speaks highly of you. She actually praises me behind my back. Song Qingshu was a little surprised. Hua Qingtong has been cold to me before. It turns out that she has already fallen in love with me. Ha ha ha, I'm really charming. Yes. Yuan Zi nodded. Maybe I've heard them praising you a lot. As time goes by, I've become like them. Song Qingshu couldn't help saying, To be honest, I'm not used to your sudden change. Yuan Zi sighed. Brother Song, although you never said it, I could feel that you didn't like me since I saw you on Mount Amei for the first time. At that time, I was young and aggressive. Of course, I didn't treat you well. Song Qingshu was stunned. Because of the legend of the flying fox, he didn't have a good impression of Yuan Zi. Since she was a nun, why did she take the initiative to flirt with Hu Fei? Later, she competed with Cheng Lingsu for Song Qingshu's affection and left in the end. He always felt that Hu Fei was played in the palm of her hand. He didn't expect that the girl was so sensitive. She even noticed his feelings at that time. But now that he thought about it, he felt that he had wronged her. Love was a thing. If it could be completely controlled by oneself, it would not be called love. Yuan Zi in the original novel was also very painful. She swayed between love and faith and finally chose faith. Song Qingshu despised himself a little. Just because the girl was pretty and begged him a little, did he change his opinion of her? Bah, cheap. You just want her body. Of course, with Song Qingshu's current eyesight, he wouldn't be attracted by a girl. It was just that it was hard to hate a beautiful girl who was gentle to you. There were indeed some misunderstandings in the past, but you don't have to take it to heart. I'm a very single-minded person, and my tolerance for beautiful girls has always been very high. Song Qingshu smiled and let go of the past grievances. Yuan Zi blushed slightly, but she couldn't help but feel happy when she heard him praise her beauty. The two of them headed northeast and arrived at Kush City. From the locals, they received a shocking piece of news. Temujin, seeing that the Muzwolan tribe was in a stable position, gave up on the idea of coming to the south. He only sent a general with a group of soldiers to take over while he himself led the main force eastward. It turns out that when Kublai led his army to attack the western gate of Xixia, the Sand Continent, he suffered heavy losses. The Xixia general guarding the Sand Continent used his ruthlessness to defeat Kublai's attacks several times. During this period of time, Kublai didn't gain any achievements. The Sand Continent was the western gate of Western Xia, and it was crucial to the success or failure of the attack on Western Xia. When Temujin received the news, he immediately led the main force eastward to support Kublai, who was attacking the Sand Continent and completely tear apart Western Xia's defenses. Chapter 2477. Song Qingshu had some impression of this name. According to history, he was a famous general in the last years of the Western Xia dynasty. He had defeated the Mongolian army several times in Guazhou, but in the end, he was outnumbered and died bravely. Did the appearance of such a person really mean that the Western Xia dynasty was going to fall? Song Qingshu was in a heavy mood. Although he had expected this day and had his own plan, he was not sure if it would succeed, so he was quite confused about the road ahead. Hearing that he had decided to change their route to the sandbank, Yuanzi was stunned. "Aren't we going to save Kazli?" Logically speaking, the group escorting Kazli was most likely to go north, but to the sandbank, they had to go all the way east. Song Qingshu replied, "Now that Temujin is going east, even if they go north and pass through Tianshan, they will definitely go to the sandbank. Instead of chasing after them, it's better to go to Guazhou first. Maybe we can even get there before them." Hearing this, Yuanzi also felt that it made sense. Then, the two of them went east along the oasis along the Darim River. After a few days, they came to an extremely hot place. Although Song Qingshu's internal energy was profound, he still felt that his body was about to melt. Yuanzi was even more unbearable. She was on the verge of collapsing. The two of them had to hide under the shade of a tree on a sand dune. Song Qingshu handed the canteen to Yuanzi. "Are you feeling better?" Yuanzi drank a few mouthfuls of water before she recovered. "Sorry for dragging you down." Song Qingshu shook his head. "Don't worry about it. The power of nature is not something that humans can contend with. Given the current situation, I'm afraid we can't continue during the day. Let's take a rest first and continue in the evening." Yuanzi nodded. "This is the territory of Turpan. It's extremely hot all year round. The mountain in front of us is what the locals call Kaziltag, which means Red Mountain. By the way, according to the legends of the Han people, it's the flaming mountain that Master Xuanzang passed by on his way to obtain Buddhist scriptures." Flaming mountain? Song Qingshu looked in the direction of the voice and saw an endless stretch of red mountains in the distance. Not a single blade of grass grew on the mountains, and birds were nowhere to be seen. At this moment, the red sun was high in the sky. Under the scorching sun, the reddish-brown mountain shone brightly, and the hot air rolled up like a raging flame. The tongue of flame reached the sky. No wonder it was called the Flaming Mountain. Although this place was desolate, it was not uninhabited. When Yuanzi passed by, she bought some fruits from the locals. After catching her breath, she cut them into pieces and ate them. The sweet juice cooled the two of them down a little. In order to conserve their energy, the two of them leaned against a tree and slept. In less than 4 hours, the two of them woke up. After all, it was hard to fall asleep in broad daylight. Song Qingshu was worried about the situation in the western Xia country. The atmosphere seemed a little gloomy. After glancing at him stealthily, Yuanzi hesitated for a while before asking, "Brother Song, I have a presumptuous request." "What's the matter?" Song Qingshu was stunned. After traveling together for these days, the two of them had become more familiar with each other. "I used to think that my kung fu was not bad. But this time in Yarqiang City, when I fought with those masters, I realized how useless I was. If Brother Song hadn't arrived in time, all of us would have been killed. Yuan Zi recalled the situation with lingering fear. So I want to ask Brother Song to teach me Kung Fu, so that I can protect the people I want to protect in the future. Kung Fu? Song Qingshu did not expect that she would make such a request. Can't I? Yuan Zi looked at him nervously. It's not impossible. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. It's just that your inner strength method is orthodox and your grandfather has laid a solid foundation for you. The longer you practice, the more powerful it will be. This can't be changed in a short time. As for your Kung Fu, the White Python Whip is also one of the top Kung Fu in Jianghu, and I think it suits you very well. If you practice other Kung Fu, you will inevitably bite off more than you can chew. However, I can correct some of your force exertion technique. It should be able to improve your Kung Fu a lot in a short time. Yuan Zi originally thought that he was turning her down. When she was a little disappointed, she was overjoyed when she heard the last sentence, "Thank you, Brother Song." She was also a master in Jianghu. She knew that even if she practiced new inner strength or Kung Fu, it would be difficult to improve it in a short time. However, the force exertion techniques were different. They could even improve the power of her Kung Fu by more than half in a short time. Show me the White Python Whip. Song Qingshu leaned against the tree and motioned her to do it. Okay. Yuan Zi took off the long whip at her waist and began to show it one by one. Because it was a rare opportunity, she was fully focused. The long whip in her hand was like a silver dragon coming out of the sea. She moved up and down like a purple elf. Song Qingshu nodded frequently. The waist of the girl in front of him was really soft. Well, when she turned over just now, her chest seemed to be quite plump. The White Python Whip technique was also Zhou Jiruo's specialty, and he could not be more familiar with it. However, when the two of them used it, their temperaments were very different. Zhou Jiruo's temperament was relatively colder, and when she used the White Python Whip technique, there was always a ghostly aura. Fortunately, she was beautiful and could be considered a beautiful ghost. As for Yuan Zi, she was obviously not as good as Zhou Jiruo in this set of whip skills, but she was also quite good. She looked sweet and enthusiastic in purple. When she performed the whip skills, she was much more popular than Zhou Jiruo. She looked more like a coquettish dancer in the western region. Seeing him nod, Yuan Zi was overjoyed and worked harder to perform. After a set of moves, Yuan Zi was so tired and sweaty. She put away the long whip and looked at him expectantly. "Brother Song, how is it?" "It's quite soft." Song Qingshu answered subconsciously. Yuan Zi looked confused. "Ah? Do you mean that my moves were too soft?" Ahem, ahem. Song Qingshu stopped thinking and said seriously, "Overall, it's not bad. However, you are still young and there are some problems in the way you exert force. Of course, with your talent, you should be able to understand it in a few years. Brother Song, please give me some advice." Yuan Zi blinked her eyes, which were full of joy. The man in front of her was the top existence in the world. Getting some advice from him was more valuable than practicing hard for 10 years. Song Qingshu was a little hesitant, but my method may make you a little shy and uncomfortable. I'm afraid you will misunderstand. Yuan Zi said hurriedly, "How can I blame you? Brother Song, don't worry. I'll cooperate with you." "All right then, stand still and don't move." Song Qingshu stood up from the shade of the tree and came to Yuan Zi's back. "Don't use the whip. Perform the move of dragon and snake." Yuan Zi agreed and slightly spread her legs. Although this move was a whip, it was a test of the strength of the waist. Suddenly, she became stiff all over because she felt a pair of big hands touching her thighs. "Brother Song, what are you doing?" Her voice trembled a little. Song Qingshu twisted her thighs a few centimeters to the side and adjusted the angle. Then he said, "Remember this posture. Although it's only an inch different, feel the change with your heart and try again to see if there's any difference." Yuan Zi realized that she had misunderstood. she said with a red face. Okay. Therefore, she tried to perform dragon and snake again. Halfway through, her thighs returned to her usual posture subconsciously. However, it was held tightly by Zhang Tai and she could not move at all. However, she could feel an obvious strength passing up from her thighs. Then, with the twisting of her waist, the internal strength passing to her wrist was at least 20% stronger than before. If she waved the long whip, the power would be much stronger. Song Qingshu's voice rang out again. Just now, you subconsciously returned to your original state. I can't catch you and correct you like this every time, so you still need to remember the difference yourself and practice more to form muscle memory. Thank you, Brother Song. Yuan Zi blushed, thinking that she really misunderstood Zhang Tai. Next, perform the move of wind blowing willow kaken again. Okay. As soon as Yuan Zi performed it, her body became stiff again, because she sensed that Zhang Tai's big hands moved one step higher. If other men dared to treat her like this, she would have cut them down. But Brother Song, she could only comfort herself that Zhang Tai was guiding her, but her voice still trembled. Brother Song, how should I correct it now? While correcting the posture and angle of her muscles, Song Qingshu said, women's joints are naturally softer than men's, so you have to make good use of this advantage. In addition, because women are going to give birth, their pelvis is relatively broad, and their hip joints are more protruding than men's. Therefore, they are born to move horizontally more widely than men's. You have to make full use of this advantage so that all your movements can be one step faster. In a fight between masters, you may be just one step behind. Feeling the movement of Zhang Tai's hands, Yuan Zi responded in a low voice with a red face. She didn't know whether it was because of the mountain of flames or something else, but her whole body seemed to be burned. Chapter 2478. During the whole process, she couldn't remember what he said at all. She just followed his instructions mechanically. In the end, Yuan Zi felt that her whole body was limp. If Song Yunxian hadn't supported her with his strength, she might have fallen to the ground. Song Qingshu also noticed the changes in her body. He said, "You may not be able to practice in your current state. Take a rest first." Yuan Zi felt that her voice was trembling and she was about to collapse. She tremblingly went back to the tree and sat down, panting heavily. She felt as if she had been soaked in water. She didn't know whether it was because of the hot sweat or something else. Song Qingshu sat down beside her, handed her a pot of water, and said with a smile, "What's wrong with you, Miss Yuan?" Yuan Zi glanced at him with hidden bitterness, thinking, "Aren't you asking the obvious?" After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, Yuan Zi calmed down a little. She bit her lips and hesitated for a long time. Finally, she couldn't help asking, "Brother Song, do you usually teach girls to practice in this way?" Song Qingshu shook his head, replying, "No, it's the first time for me to teach girls in this way." Yuan Zi. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing, saying, "Don't you worry that I was taking advantage of you just now?" Yuan Zi exclaimed, looking confused and annoyed. "Really?" Song Qingshu was speechless. "As a girl, why did you ask me such a question? What do you think?" Yuan Zi shook her head with a blush, replying, "I don't think so. What Brother Song taught me just now is very practical. If I practice them well, I may be able to improve my kung fu in a short time. I feel lucky to get such advice." Song Qingshu felt strange, asking, "Why can't I give you advice and take advantage of you? Is it because I'm handsome?" Yuan Zi's face turned red for the first time today. Her heart was beating fast, saying, "With your kung fu, if you really want to take advantage of me, I can't resist. Why do you have to beat around the bush?" "Ha ha ha, that makes sense." Song Qingshu stopped teasing her and said seriously, "Try to recall what I just taught you." Yuan Zi nodded. She closed her eyes and began to meditate. However, the first thing that popped up in her mind was the feeling of the other party's large hands moving. Her jade face flushed red, and she quietly opened her eyes to glance at Song Qing-shu, who was at the side. Closing his eyes to rest, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and hurriedly closed his eyes again. Originally, her aptitude for learning martial arts was quite high. In the past, when she learned martial arts, it could be said that she could learn it in one go. Her memory was also amazing. However, for some reason, she could only remember 60% of what the other party had taught her. The rest was forgotten. The more she tried to recall, the more the other party's hand appeared in her mind. For a moment, she was like Zhuang Zhou dreaming of a butterfly, extremely absent-minded. Just like that, time gradually passed. The blazing sun set in the west, and the two continued on their way. In fact, the sun set very late in the western regions. Sometimes, the sun could still be seen at 10 o'clock in the evening in his previous life. Therefore, Song Qing-shu had no time to wait for the sky to be completely dark before setting off. After walking for several hours, when they passed by a small river in the oasis, Yuan Zi suddenly said in a low voice, "Brother Song, can you give me some time to take a bath?" "Take a bath?" Song Qing-shu was stunned, thinking that women were really troublesome. Yuan Zi said apologetically, "I know it's a bit of a waste of time, but I'm sticky all over and very uncomfortable. I'll do it soon." Song Qing-shu said, I can't stop the girl's normal requests." "Thank you, Brother Song." Yuan Zi carried her luggage and ran to the river in a hurry. However, when she reached the river, she suddenly hesitated. Song Qing-shu couldn't help laughing. He turned around and walked downstream, saying, "Don't worry, I won't peep." Hearing her words, he also felt uncomfortable all over. Yuan Zi then began to take off her clothes and enter the river with a red face. She only showed her head and looked at the man in the river quietly. Seeing that the man didn't look back, she let out a sigh of relief, thinking that she was really a petty person who measured the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Yuan Zi was startled. Following the sound, she saw several black spots running towards her not far away. She was so scared that she wanted to put on her clothes at once. However, the man was rushing towards her, and there was no cover around. If she came out of the water, wouldn't she be seen by him? When she was hesitating, the man's horse was very fast and arrived in front of her in the blink of an eye. "Hey, there's a little beauty taking a bath here. Why are we brothers so lucky? She's even more beautiful than the most popular girl in the brothel in Sanzhou City. Damn it, it's all those Mongolians' fault. They killed all of us. We can't even find a prostitute. Haha, with such a beautiful girl, who will fall in love with a prostitute? Don't compete with me. I want to be the first one." "Humph, why are you the first one?" Yuan Zi saw clearly that these people were all in the clothes of horse bandit. The western region was vast and sparsely populated. Usually, one could not see a person for hundreds of miles. At the same time, the western region was a necessary place for the Silk Road, so a large number of caravans came and went here. Therefore, horse bandits came into being. They robbed lone merchants on the road. The large-scale horse bandits would even rob large caravans. These people were either some nearby herdsmen who were grazing while acting as roadblocks, or they were Han Chinese who had committed crimes in the Central Plains. Each and every one of them was a fugitive who was stranded here. From the way these people spoke and dressed, it was obvious that they were the latter. Hearing these people's filthy words, Yuan Zi was shocked and angry. Normally, when she met such ignorant people, she would kill them with a single slash without even using her whip. However, now she was naked in the river, so it was impossible for her to attack them. Seeing that she covered her chest with her hands and exposed her white and delicate shoulders and neck in the water, the horse bandits were stunned and rushed into the water one after another. "Little beauty, I'm coming. I'll treat you well." The last horse bandit knew that he could not compete with his companions, so he had to stay on the bank to get Yuan Zi's clothes. "Wow, this is the little beauty's clothes. They smell so good." When he was about to kiss her, his body suddenly became stiff and he fell straight to the ground. Seeing a group of men pouncing on her, Yuanzi couldn't help feeling ashamed and angry. She covered her chest with one hand and secretly accumulated strength with the other. However, her kung fu was greatly reduced in the water. Moreover, she was naked. She thought that if they saw anything, it would be a psychological shadow for the rest of her life. When she was perturbed, a wave suddenly rose in front of her and hit the horse bandits. Then she felt her shoulder was caught by someone. Before she realized it, she had appeared on the bank. Just as she was about to cry out in surprise, the other party had already wrapped a piece of clothing around her body, blocking her naked body from being exposed. She looked into the water again and found that the horse bandits had floated on the water. Obviously, they had been shocked to death by the force of the wave. Holding Yuanzi with one hand, Song Qingshu unsealed the acupoint of the last horse bandit lying beside him and asked coldly, "Did you come from the Shazhou? My new book, Land Fairy, has been published on the Zongheng app today. Please collect it. Welcome to comment on this chapter. You can take care of it first. When the old book is finished, the other side will become fat. The old book is finally coming to an end. I'll try my best to give it a happy ending so that my efforts over these years will not be in vain." Chapter 2479. The man hurriedly nodded, "Have mercy, have mercy, have mercy." He had seen with his own eyes how his brothers were instantly killed by the enemy's wave. To be able to create such a large wave in the river, it was simply inhuman. How could he not know that he had kicked an iron plate? Song Qingshu said calmly, "I'm asking you a question. If you promise to let me go, I'll tell you." The horse bandit had been living on the edge of a knife all these years. He knew that he would not be able to escape death today, so he might as well use this as a condition. "Okay, I promise to let you go." Song Qingshu did not hesitate. "Really?" The horse bandit was overjoyed. "Of course it's true. Would I lie?" Song Qingshu snorted. The horse bandit knew that these Han masters had some dignity and would not lie, so he hurriedly said, "We really did come from the direction of the Sand Continent." After listening to his explanation, he finally understood what had happened in the Sand Continent. Kublai had led his army to attack the Sand Continent more than a dozen times, but the Xixia General Jurashii had firmly defended it. Unfortunately, Temujin's reinforcements came. Temujin's ferocious reputation, coupled with his powerful reinforcements, even though Jurashii tried his best, the Sand Continent was on the verge of collapse. After defending for 2 days, many people in the Sand Continent knew that they could not hold on any longer and had some strange ideas. The deputy general of the city colluded with a group of people to rebel, tied up Jurashii, and quietly opened the city gates to surrender to the Mongols. Facing Temujin, Jurashii vowed not to surrender and was ordered to be executed. Because of the stubborn resistance from the soldiers and civilians of the Sand Continent, Temujin gave the order to massacre the entire city. Other than a few people, no one was spared. In order to avoid having to face this fortress again in the future, the Mongols even destroyed the entire city. After hearing this, Song Qingshu's face was ashen. Even though he knew about the Mongols massacring cities, this time he was so close to it, the anger and shock made him tremble. Thinking about how many innocent people would die when the Mongols came south, his eyes gradually became determined. No matter what, he had to solve this problem this time. "Hero, I've said everything I need to say. Can you let me go now?" the horse bandit asked with a trembling voice. Song Qingshu waved his hand, and the mounted bandit hurriedly turned and ran as if he had been granted amnesty. Song Qingshu gave Yuanzi a look. She was about to break her teeth, but she immediately understood Song Qingshu's meaning. She kicked the saber on the ground. The long saber pierced into the back of the escaping horse gang. "Your aim is pretty good." Song Qingshu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Yuanzi, however, blushed. She was only wrapped in clothes. When she kicked the knife just now, a large part of her thigh was exposed. But then she thought about how she was dragged out of the water naked by him. Although the whole process happened in the blink of an eye, he must have seen everything that he shouldn't have seen. It didn't seem to be a big deal to show her thighs now. But she also knew that this was not Song Qingshu's fault. When she thought of the main culprits, she wished that she could stab the horse bandit a few more times. At this time, the horse bandit turned around with his last breath, pointed at Song Qingshu, and said in a trembling voice, You don't keep your word." Song Qingshu shrugged. "I promised to let you go, but she didn't." The horse bandit spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell heavily on the ground. "Thank you," Yuanzi said with a blush. Not only her, but also Song Qingshu was naked. Obviously, he came here in a hurry to save her. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. "We are companions. I can't let you be bullied by other men." Yuanzi was stunned, feeling that his words were a bit weird. "I can't be bullied by other men, but can I be bullied by you? We were disturbed just now. Do you want to take a bath?" Song Qingshu asked. Yuanzi took a look at the floating corpses on the water, and shook her head hurriedly. "Well, put on your clothes. Let's hurry up." After saying that, Song Qingshu came to the riverside, sucked up the horse bandits in the river with dragon-catching skill, and threw them into the Gobi Desert in the distance. Water was precious in the desert. He couldn't let their corpses pollute the water here. Otherwise, he would be guilty. Yuanzi put on her clothes quickly, and stared at Song Yunxian in the whole process. Finding that Song Yunxian didn't turn around to peep at her, she was secretly relieved. Meanwhile, she felt a little embarrassed. Brother Song is a gentleman, though his words and deeds are a bit improper. If Song Qingshu knew what she was thinking at this time, he would definitely laugh out. "I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about me." After putting on her clothes, Yuanzi was a little worried for the next 2 days. Fortunately, Song Qingshu didn't mention what happened that night again. Then she gradually felt relieved. After traveling day and night, they finally arrived at Shazhou City. No, it was not called Shazhou City anymore. All that was left were broken walls, and the scene inside was like purgatory on earth. After taking a few glances, Yuanzi couldn't help but run to the side and vomit. Song Qingshu was silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. These Mongolians are too cruel. Yuanzi drank a few mouthfuls of water and finally calmed down. She knew how cruel the Mongolians were because she had helped the Woodhead Luan tribe to fight against the Mongolians. But seeing the massacre at such a close distance, she still trembled with anger. "Let's go, continue to the east." Song Qingshu turned over and mounted his horse. The Shazhou city was broken, and the western gate of Western Xia was wide open. The Mongolian cavalry could march straight in. Yuanzi nodded and followed closely behind him. As the two traveled eastward, they gradually learned about what happened during this period from the passing refugees. After Temujin broke through the Shazhou, he moved eastward without stopping and captured Jiuquan. Then he arrived at Zhangye. Chu Qi, the general in charge of Zhangye, was also afraid of the Mongolians. Taking into account what happened in the Shazhou and Jiuquan, he chose to surrender. But there were still many loyal and brave people in the city. Assistant General Chua killed Chu Qi and took over the defense of the city to resist the Mongolians. Unfortunately, they were already outnumbered, and after a wave of internal strife, the city of Zhangye was soon broken. Next, the Mongolian army moved eastward along the Heshi corridor. Wajabu, the general in charge of Western Xia, surrendered. Then, the Mongolian army was like a hot knife through butter. Zhongwei, Xiazhou, and other places all surrendered. Song Qingshu's mood became heavier and heavier. He had to admit that although the Mongolian massacre was very inhumane, it was very useful in times of war. Because they adopted the policy of massacring the city after it was broken and giving preferential treatment to those who surrendered, The defending side could not work together. Some people wanted to defend, some wanted to surrender because they were worried about being massacred. Even the common people in the city were worried that they would be killed after the city was broken and wanted to surrender. In wars in the Central Plains, the common people in the city would often help their own soldiers defend the city. Whether it was to provide logistics or to work as laborers behind the city walls, they would do their best to protect their homes. Therefore, there were often classic examples of 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers defending against an attack of tens of thousands. But against the vicious Mongolian army, none of this was useful. News of all kinds of horrifying massacres spread, and the people in the city were in a state of panic. Most of them surrendered. Continuing eastward, he received the latest news. Temujin's army had defeated the main force led by the Western Xia General Wei Ming Linggong near Lingwu. Temujin had sent Boru to lead the eastern army to attack the Hatao Plain. He broke through the city of Wulahai and then massacred the city of Blackwater. Even now, the city of Blackwater was still littered with broken bones. Boru's army defeated the Western Xia General A Dangbu's army west of the Helan Mountains. Finally, they met up with Temujin and surrounded the capital of Western Xia, Xingqing. Chapter 2480. Song Qingshu couldn't help but worry. He didn't know what was going on in Xingqing Prefecture. Mu Wanqing, Yelu Nanxian, and Li Qinglu must be in a terrible situation. The Mongolian army was too strong. Although the Western Xia army wasn't weak, it was much weaker than the Mongolian army. Coupled with the civil strife, the Western Xia army was even weaker. Therefore, the Mongolians marched straight in, looking like they could destroy the country in one battle. The Western Xia army's defeat couldn't be blamed on the poor command. The Mongolian cavalry was too strong in the field. The Western Xia army was already elites, but they still couldn't defeat the Mongolians. But they had no choice but to fight in the field, unless they watched the Mongolian army pillage and ravage the people in their territory. Besides, they could be easily defeated by the Mongolian army, just like in Shazhou City. No matter how well they defended, they couldn't defend against the enemy. Moreover, the Mongolians had learned how to equip cannons and cannons during their expedition to the west. They could only buy some time by simply defending. It was a pity that the Western Xia couldn't build fortifications on the mountain like Chongqing City. They couldn't send supplies to each other through the rich water network and rivers in Sichuan and Chongqing. The fishing city of Hechuan was not conquered by the Mongolians until the fall of the southern Song dynasty. Song Qingshu was thinking hard about the Western Xia's way out. The Xingqing prefecture should have the last main force of the Western Xia army. If they lost the Western Xia army, the Western Xia would be finished. But now the Mongolian army was at the gate of the city. They didn't need to send reinforcements, so Mu Wanqing wouldn't send troops out of the city. However, he didn't know where the reinforcements from the Jin Kingdom and Sichuan Kingdom had arrived. Although he controlled a lot of resources in various countries, he couldn't unite all of them. It was just like how the Qin Kingdom couldn't rescue the Xixia Kingdom from thousands of miles away. The southern Song dynasty had been at war with the Western Xia for decades. Lin and couldn't send troops. Only Sichuan Kingdom was close and could be commanded. But Sichuan Kingdom also needed to prevent the southern Song dynasty from sending people to take advantage of the situation, so they had to leave some people to defend. So the main force of reinforcements depended on the Jin Kingdom. It seemed that he had to return to the Xingqing prefecture as soon as possible to have enough information to make a judgment. At that moment, dozens of cavalrymen surrounded a carriage and rushed over from afar. At first, Song Qingshu thought that they were Mongolian cavalrymen, but he soon realized that their attire was different. They looked more like the attire of the Tubo. Why would the Tubo cavalry appear here? Song Qingshu was stunned. After all, it was more than 1,000 miles away from here. Moreover, there was the vast Kunlun Mountains and the Hungduan mountain range between them. Suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted over. He only felt that it was simple, elegant, and indescribably sweet. It was not the fragrance of any flower, and at the same time, it was definitely not rouge. No rouge or rouge could have such an elegant fragrance. While he was wondering, Yuan Zi's face suddenly changed. "Brother Song, hurry up, catch them." What happened? At this time, Song Qingshu was in a hurry to return to Xingqing Prefecture. He did not want to cause unnecessary trouble, especially since he had a good relationship with Tubo. Whether it was Jiumaji or Princess Jincheng, they were inextricably linked. He did not want to cause any misunderstanding. "There's no time to explain." Yuan Zi became anxious. The cavalrymen moved very fast as if they were in a hurry. Soon, they had traveled hundreds of meters away. Therefore, she hurriedly urged her horse to catch up with them. Song Qingshu was stunned. Worried that something might happen to her, he hurriedly followed after her. Apparently, those Tubo cavalrymen also found the two people behind them. Suddenly, they turned around and drew their bows and arrows. A small round of arrows was shot over. Yuan Zi urged her horse to catch up with them. The arrows were shot so fast that they almost arrived in front of her in the blink of an eye. She hurriedly took out her long whip and knocked down many arrows in front of her. However, many arrows still broke through her defense and shot towards her chest. "I'm doomed." Yuan Zi was about to close her eyes and wait for death. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. With a wave of his sleeve, those arrows lost their aim and fell on both sides of the road. Brother Song, seeing the tall figure in front of her, Yuan Zi's heart pounded. Song Qingshu nodded slightly. Then, he tiptoed and moved faster than a galloping horse. In a few breaths, he blocked the way of those Tubo soldiers. Although he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble, it was too strange for these Tubo soldiers to suddenly kill him without any reason. Those cavalrymen did not stop. They raised their scimitars and rushed over, as if they were going to crush him into pieces with the momentum of the charge. Song Qingshu waved his hand casually. There were small stones everywhere in the Gobi Desert. He rolled up the stones and shot them towards the dozens of cavalrymen in the flower rain skill. Before those cavalrymen saw clearly what was going on, they were hit hard and fell off their horses. The whole team was in a mess. Originally, the flower rain skill focused on widening the killing range as much as possible. However, the lethality of each point was slightly insufficient. Therefore, Hong Qigong and Huang Rong could kill Ouyang Feng's snakes with the flower rain skill, but they could not use it to deal with an army. However, Song Qingshu's kung fu was so powerful that each stone contained gravity. Moreover, he aimed at the weak parts of the armor very well. Therefore, when those cavalrymen and horses fell down, many of them had broken bones and muscles. A soft voice came from the carriage. Because of this accident, the carriage was not controlled by anyone. The horses were frightened and rushed to the other side. "Brother Song, go and stop the carriage." Yuan Zi, who was rushing here, exclaimed hurriedly. She had seen a deep valley over there. If she fell down, she would probably be smashed into pieces. Song Qingshu reacted quickly. With a few leaps, he flew to the front of the carriage and pulled on the reins urgently. His hands now had the strength of 1,000 caddies, so how could the horse withstand it? In an instant it was pulled upright, and the carriage stopped abruptly at the edge of the cliff. A delicate cry rang out. Due to inertia, the person in the carriage flew out of the carriage like a cannonball. Song Qingshu did not know whether the other party was friend or foe, so he instinctively dodged, and the figure fell into the valley. At this time, Song Qingshu finally saw clearly that the person was a beautiful girl. Her face was so innocent that no one would think she was a bad person at the first sight of her. Song Qingshu hurriedly rushed to her. He held her waist with one hand and grasped the rock wall with the other. They swayed in the air for a while and then stabilized themselves. At this moment, He suddenly understood what it meant to have a warm and fragrant jade in his arms. A strange fragrance came from the girl, which seemed to be the best smell in the world. "Brother Song, catch it?" Yuan Zi threw the long whip down and stood at the edge of the cliff anxiously. "No need." Song Qingshu shook his head. He exerted strength in his hands and leaped up. The girl in his arms stared at him with a pair of eyes as bright as the stars in the sky. She suddenly said, at #%yen, and *, even though he couldn't understand what she was saying, her voice was soft and clear. It was warm and gentle, pleasing to the ears. Recently, he was a little puzzled because he didn't know how to write about that famous girl. He always felt that such a person was so unreal that it was difficult to write about her. Chapter 2481. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. What was this girl saying? Why couldn't he understand a single word? "She's talking," in reply. Yuan Zi also revealed a relaxed smile. "The general idea is, Big Brother who saved my life, are you an immortal from heaven or a messenger sent by Allah?" Song Qingshu thought about how Yili Xian and Man often said this, and a smile appeared on his face. "Tell her that I'm a messenger sent by Allah." Yuan Zi glared at him. "You must be trying to take advantage of her because she's pretty. You can't say this kind of thing in the border. Be careful of being punished by Allah." After a pause, she said, "It's safe now. Can you let go of Kazli?" "Kazli?" Song Qingshu was stunned. "She is Hua Qingtong's sister, Princess Fragrance. Can't you smell the fragrance on her?" Yuan Zi rolled her eyes. How could Song Qingshu not smell it? He had been smelling that refreshing fragrance since the beginning. However, he thought that Princess Xiangxiang Bela was being escorted by Feng Hua and the Heaven's Mandate sex people. Just now, he saw that this wave of Tubo cavalry was Tubo cavalry, so he did not think in that direction. Yuan Zi went over to help Princess Fragrance out of his arms and then talked to her in reply. Kazli peeked at Song Qingshu from time to time, her eyes filled with curiosity. Song Qingshu was also curious about her. Only now did he have the chance to carefully look at the most beautiful woman in the Golden Book. He saw that her skin was as white as snow, whiter than Han women. At the same time, her skin was not as rough as those Western women's. Looking at her from a close distance, her skin was really smooth and glowing. Coupled with her clothes that were as white as snow, she was bright and holy. She didn't look like a mortal, but like a fairy or a saintess from heaven. She was clearly a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city, but there was a kind of immature charm between her brows. The two completely opposite temperaments were naturally unified on her body. Perhaps because of the accident just now, her skirt was torn by something, revealing her two slender and straight calves. It was as if they had been soaked in milk, exuding a tempting luster and clarity. Song Qingshu took a glance and his mouth became dry. His heart was beating fast. He didn't understand why he had such a reaction. It should be known that he could freely face Danyuru, who had mastered the charm technique. However, after a few glances at the girl in front of him, he felt a little uncontrollable, as if he had returned to his youth where he was worried about gains and losses. However, he was experienced after all. After the initial intoxication, he quickly calmed down and became secretly vigilant. This girl's temperament was natural, which was even more powerful than the most powerful charm technique in the world. At this time, Princess Fragrance suddenly looked at him and said something in a lively voice. Song Qingshu couldn't understand what she said, so he looked at Yuan Zi for advice. Yuan Zi turned back and said with a strange look, Kazli said, "Hero in front of me, why do you keep staring at my legs? You shouldn't be so bold." Ahem, Song Qingshu almost choked. However, he had recovered his composure and said with a smile, "Because it's beautiful, I can't help but look at it a few more times." Yuan Zi was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that he was not embarrassed at all. She even admired him a little. Warriors of the wooden Table-Luan tribe were all dumbfounded when they saw Casley. If they had heard Casley's rebuke just now, they would have been anxious to explain. After translating his words, Princess Honeylush's face slowly turned pink, but she didn't say anything to reprimand him. Ask her why she is in the hands of the Tubo people. Song Qingshu recovered from the shock of her beauty and soon remembered the business. Yuanzi nodded and hurriedly communicated with Princess Fragrance. Then she answered. Casley said that the Mongolian troop escorting her was attacked by these Tubo people not long ago. Most of them were killed, except for Bai Fanghua and a few others who were the leader, who escaped. Then these Tubo people took her to the south and met us. Song Qingshu thought to himself. Just now, he had found that these Tubo warriors were not weak. Not only were they skilled in archery and horsemanship, but there were also many masters of Tantric Buddhism among them. No wonder they could take Princess Fragrance back from the hands of the Tianming sect. Ask them whether they bullied her or not. Song Qingshu was curious about the purpose of these Tubo people. Did they want to save her? Did I kill the wrong person just now? Yuanzi asked Princess Fragrance, and then answered. Casley said these people were fierce at the beginning, but they were very polite to her after she persuaded them with kind words. Song Qingshu was stunned. Just now, these cavalrymen were fierce and wanted to kill passers. They were not the kind of people who could be persuaded with kind words. Seeming to know his doubt, Yuanzi explained, Brother Song, you don't know this. This is Casley's unique charm. Her gentle words are like the most severe order, which can't be disobeyed. This is the case in the Muswolan tribe, and I think these people are no exception. Song Qingshu immediately felt relieved. One had to know that even he had almost lost his mind just now. This woman did indeed have a kind of irresistible charm. Princess Fragrance said a few more words. Yuanzi nodded and added, By the way, Casley said those people don't seem to be Tubo people, but the subordinates of someone called Desiluo. Desiluo? Song Qingshu was suddenly enlightened. No wonder he couldn't figure out why Tubo people would come here from thousands of miles away and the vast Kunlun mountains. If they were Desiluo, there would be no problem. Desiluo's territory was in Qinghai, which was next to Western Xia. It was easy for him to kidnap Princess Fragrance on the road. The tribes led by Desiluo were actually Tubo people, but they didn't live in Tibet but in Qinghai. Their clothes were similar, so Song Qingshu was confused. But why did Desiluo come to kidnap Princess Fragrance? It was obvious that Princess Fragrance was given to Temujin. No matter how lustful Desiluo was, he shouldn't be so daring. What's more, last time in Western Xia, they seemed to be flirting with the Mongolians. How could they bring trouble to themselves at this time? Song Qingshu told Yuanzi about his doubts. Yuanzi asked Princess Fragrance, but she shook her head slightly with a blank look on her face. Obviously, she didn't know about this. Song Qingshu walked to the warriors of Desiluo. Just now, many of them fell off their galloping horses and died, but many were still alive. Why do you want to kidnap Princess Fragrance? Song Qingshu asked. A few years ago, in order to fight against Li Yuanhao of Western Xia, Desiluo had a good relationship with the Song dynasty. Therefore, many people in the tribe could speak Chinese. Hearing his question, someone answered, Our chief heard that Princess Fragrance is the most beautiful woman in the world, so he wants to take her back to be his wife. Song Qingshu frowned. When Western Xia was looking for a bride, he had met Desiluo and knew that he was an ambitious and ruthless man, so he would never be so unwise for a woman. But no matter how he asked, those warriors insisted that it was so. Song Qingshu didn't want to talk nonsense with them, so he directly used the soul transfer technique to interrogate them. Finally, he learned the truth. It turned out that they were the subordinates of Desiluo's Lunbu, Tubo's prime minister, Wenkuchi. Wenkuchi was originally the chief of the tribe in Qingtang. Because of the arrival of Desiluo, he had no choice but to step back and replace Desiluo. But in recent years, Desiluo's prestige had grown higher and higher, making it difficult for Wen Kuchi to kill him. It just so happened that the Mongols had recently invaded western Xia. Wen Kuchi suddenly smelled a good opportunity and decided to steal Princess Fragrance under the name of Desiluo. If Temujin came to attack him, he could take advantage of the Mongols to overthrow Desiluo and replace him. Then, he would send Princess Fragrance back to Temujin to please him and surrender to him. After all, Wen Kuchi had no ambition to conquer the world. He would be satisfied as long as he could become the ruler of Qingtang. Besides, the Mongols had a good reputation for treating their vassals well, so Wen Kuchi was not worried that the Mongols would annex him. Chapter 2482. Due to an unknown reason, we can't be found on Sogu today. Dear readers, please remember our domain name, Book C Pavilion, and find your way home. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Previously, he was still gloomy, but after hearing this, he couldn't help but feel enlightened. Previously, his plan lacked a catalyst, and now the catalyst was here. Those people gradually came to their senses. Knowing that they had disclosed the secret, they bit the poison in their teeth and died on the spot. Song Qingshu was stunned. Wen Keki was so cruel that he had trained so many men of sacrifice. Princess Fragrance, who was walking over, exclaimed. She hurriedly turned her face away and couldn't bear to see it. Yuan Zi had been in Jianghu for a long time and was used to death. Therefore, she didn't take it seriously. She couldn't help asking curiously, "Is that the soul transfer method in 9-in Sutra?" "How do you know?" Song Qingshu was a little curious. Yuan Zi answered, "I met senior sister apprentice Zhou a few years ago and was lucky to get her advice. Therefore, I know something about 9-in Sutra." Zhiro. Not until then did Song Qingshu remember that Yuan Zi's master was also an immortal nun of the Amei sect. He couldn't help laughing. "Speaking of which, shouldn't you call me brother-in-law?" Yuan Zi blushed, but she didn't answer. Instead, she said, "Your cultivation method is too weird. With your cultivation, I don't think anyone in the world can resist it." Isn't it? Seeing that she was hesitating, Song Qingshu said with a smile, "What? Are you worried that I'll use it on women and become a rapist from now on?" Yuan Zi spat. "You have enough money to spend." At this time, Princess Fragrance said something. Yuan Zi translated. Kazli said that these people treated her well along the way. She felt sad to see them die like this, so she wanted to bury them. Song Qingshu had wanted to say that celestial burial was popular among Tubo people. Exposing their bodies in the wilderness was also a fate for them. However, he suddenly thought of another thing and agreed. Yuan Zi was stunned. They didn't have much time on the way. She thought that he would never agree to such a waste of time. Unexpectedly, he agreed. It seemed that it was Kazli's charm again. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling jealous. She was also a beauty, but in front of Kazli, she couldn't be as proud and confident as usual. In fact, she was not the only one who had such a feeling over the years. Hua Qingtong was also beautiful and had devised strategies to lead her clansmen to victory one after another. However, Yuan Zi was clear that it was not so easy to achieve all these. No matter what Hua Qingtong did, she had to bear the criticism of her people. Even her relatives would doubt her. However, Kazli had never encountered such an experience. No matter what she did, everyone believed in her and praised her. Even if she did something wrong, no one would blame her. Those people could always find a reason to praise her. Thinking of this, Yuan Zi felt a little ashamed. Even though Hua Qingtong had been treated differently all these years, she still loved her sister. Compared with her sister, Yuan Zi's experience was nothing. At this time, Song Qingshu had moved the corpses of the warriors to the bottom of the cliff. Kazli also wanted to help, but she was too weak to move them. Song Qingshu smiled at her, indicating that he didn't need her help. Soon, he defeated everyone under the cliff. Yuan-zi ran over and translated. Kazi said thank you. She also asked why you didn't dig a pit but moved them here. Song Qingshu explained, it's easy for wild beasts to dig a pit. I asked them to use the mountain as their mausoleum. They should be able to rest in peace. His plan could not be leaked. If someone found out that these warriors had died here, it would be a little troublesome. He buried them with the mountain. Even if someone found out later, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. Step back a little. When the two women had retreated far enough, Song Qingshu suddenly soared into the sky. He seemed to have turned into a giant sword. No, Yuan-zi could see clearly that there was indeed an indistinct giant sword surrounding him in the air. He waved his hand, and the giant sword, which was dozens of meters long, slashed down. With a loud bang, a protruding part of the mountain wall halfway up the mountain was cut off. Large amounts of mountain rocks and soil tumbled down. In the blink of an eye, the corpses of the warriors were all buried under the rubble. Looking at the high mound of soil, Yuan-zi thought that if someone wanted to dig them up, it would take tens of thousands of soldiers to dig for 10 days or half a month. She had always known that Ding Hao was very good at martial arts. However, he didn't spend much effort to deal with his enemies. Although she was shocked and admired him, she didn't feel it directly. However, the scene in front of her made her soul tremble. The vigorous and straight figure in the air and the earth-shattering sword. She knew that she would never forget that scene for the rest of her life. Princess Fragrance, whose eyes were more beautiful than the starry sky, was also full of shock. She pulled Yuan-zi beside her and kept asking her something. Song Qingshu walked over and asked curiously, "What is she talking about?" Yuan-zi smiled bitterly. She said that all the warriors on the prairie are not as good as you. She is asking for your name. I've already told her your name. Song Qingshu said with a smile, "Don't fall in love with me because I'm too good. Let's continue our journey." Yuan-zi pulled Kazi to talk to her using the echo language. However, Kazi shook her head. "I might not be able to go with you. I have to go back to Yarqiang City to look for my sister. Also, I have to find a way to avenge my father and brother." Yuan-zi said with a complicated expression, "You don't have to go back because he has avenged you." She then told her what had happened in Yarqiang City. When she heard what happened over there, Kazi's rosy and alluring lips opened wide. She looked at Song Qingshu from time to time, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. "So it was Brother Song who took revenge for me. I want to marry him to repay his kindness." Yuan-zi was shocked and said hurriedly, "You have to marry him just to repay his kindness?" "That's right." Kazi nodded. "I made a vow to Allah that I would marry whoever avenged me. Not only did he avenge me, but he also saved me just now. It's obvious that Allah heard my prayers and specially sent him to save me." Yuan-zi was anxious. "But you can't marry him." Kazi blinked her eyes. There was a trace of doubt on her beautiful face, but her eyes were full of innocence. "Why? Does Sister Z like him too?" Yuan-zi's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned red instantly. She knew that Kazi was never scheming and would say whatever came to her mind. She hurriedly explained, "It has nothing to do with me. Your sister and he are already together. He is your brother-in-law." She then told her what had happened between Song Qingshu and Hua Qintong. She thought that there would be no problem. However, Kazi shook her head. "Isn't that great? Isn't that just right? This way, I can be with my sister forever and never have to be separated. Plus, I think my sister won't mind." Yuan-zi? She realized that she could not keep up with Kazi's train of thought. She wanted to refute, but she felt that Kazi's words were very logical. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.